Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Good afternoon, please be seated. Hello, I'm Chai Hofilenya, and I am the head of Rappler's Investigative Desk.
And I am Manny Ayala. I'm the chairman of Rappler, as well as the managing editor of Endeavor Philippines.
We're happy to see you this afternoon. We heard that you had a very stimulating discussion this morning, and there was a great opportunity for everyone to network. Today, we see a lot of people. We were expecting about 1,500 for this afternoon. And this is a much larger crowd compared to last year. If you remember, last year, some of you were with us when we also did the SocialGood Summit, and we even went to Tacloban because it marked the first anniversary of Yolanda. And in fact, this afternoon, we have a contingent from the Visayas State University. They flew all the way from Tacloban. Please stand up and let's give them a big hand and welcome them. Thank you very much for flying all the way just to join us this afternoon. We'd like to welcome you to the Innovation plus Social Good, the Manila Social Good Summit. It is linked to the global conversation through the hashtag 2030Now. As we speak, the United Nations General Assembly is also convened in New York to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals, or the new global goals for the next 15 years. This morning, we had Rappler Talks plus Social Good, where we discussed various ways by which innovation and technology address complex social problems. These include innovations in disaster information management, innovations in communication technology and social media that aim to bridge the digital divide and address the plight of those at the bottom of the pyramid. We also talked about innovations in analyzing open data and big data to improve governance and transparency, and innovations in development programs that can exponentially change the world.
We're co-hosting today's event with the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP. And representatives of various UN organizations in the Philippines are here right now, led by UN Resident Coordinator Ula Aungren. Ula, could you just quickly stand up and acknowledge yourself? So on behalf of Rappler and the United Nations in the Philippines, we'd like to thank our venue partner for today's summit, Resorts World Manila, for the use of this world-class facility we're in, the award-winning Newport Performing Arts Theater. Isn't this amazing? It's an amazing place. And to find out what else is going on at Resorts World, you can log into www.rwmanila.com.
We'd also like to thank the Australian Embassy in the Philippines for collaborating with us in this event and for being so supportive of Project Agos. I think you're very familiar with Project Agos by now, and it's Rappler's platform for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Our other sponsors include the World Bank Group and Sprout Payroll Pie. We'd like to thank you very much.
And we have some other partners. We have a bunch of technology partners, because what we're doing here today is unprecedented. We're using various technologies, access to the internet, access to social media, so that all of you can tweet during today's proceedings, and also to make sure that our followers online experience the same thing that you all are outside of this venue. So for this, we thank all of our partners, Globe Telecom, Huawei, PlanStan, PLDT SME Nations, and SD Solutions.
We'd now like to formally open the first segment of this afternoon's sessions. I'd like to introduce Rappler's CEO and Executive Editor, Ms. Maria Ressa, to deliver the welcome remarks. Maria?
Thank you. Wow, we moved from that little room downstairs to this. You guys rock. Oh my God, you care about the future. You care about development. Thank you so much for coming. I will, thank you. Give yourselves a hand. Go. I want to quickly, before we give you to our amazing speakers that are coming up to tell you what they're working through to make the future better, show you where we are. And I'm going to show it in terms that I think we know. Which, let's start with the business terms first, right? So, I need to see that. I think the biggest thing from this morning, we found out that really it's technology that's changing it. It is actually the internet. Will you show the slides? Yes. And on screen? Okay, great. Right behind me pala. Okay, you guys have to tell me, because even though it's this big, let's still pretend that we were only the few we were downstairs. So if every business today is an internet, let me give you a few more stats that's really interesting, like this. Next. Oh, not moving. Okay, so let's talk about companies, because companies in many ways rule our world, right? The market cap to $1 billion, it used to take a company 20 years to get $1 billion. Now, it's gone down to 2 years in 2012 when Oculus Rift hit $1 billion valuation. That doesn't seem to mean that much for us right now as people, but these are the companies we go to. How does it go? What about our skills? Many of you guys here are millennials. Our business skills, whether it's learning a new software. It used to be, when I was starting with CNN, it would take a minimum of 5 years before the software would change. So the average half-life of a business competency dropped from 30 years in 1984 to just 5 years in 2014. You're getting the idea that we have to learn faster, right? That's connected to the global goals. Here's another one. Companies are dying. Big companies are dying. 89% of the Fortune 500 companies from 1955 are no longer on the list in 2014. It sounds like that. That's creative destruction. Here's another one. S&P 500 companies' lifespan. Okay, so how long? They spend a lot of money to build a company, right? And how long does it take? Well, it used to be in the 20s, 67 years for a company to have a lifespan. Last year, it was down to 15 years. Here's another one. In the next decade, 40% of all the S&P 500 companies will disappear from the list. Will disappear from the list. There we go. It disappeared. This is our world. This you know better than the big companies, right? And I say the big companies because we're in a big company, but all of this changes so fast. And I think if you look here, you can see advertising to Google. Who buys CDs now? Okay, don't raise your hand. But CDs, now if you're a millennial, you're on Spotify if you're 20-something, right? The telcos, Globe and Smart, thank you, because you are like oxygen to us, but Globe and Smart have had massive challenges. They used to have 90% of their revenue coming in from fixed landlines like a decade ago, and now, even long-distance calls, we use Skype. When it's free for you, what does that mean for the telcos, right? Photography. Eastman Kodak had all of the digital, had all the patents for digital photography. It's a $13 billion company, and then it collapsed at the same time that Instagram went with 13 people to a valuation of $1.3 billion. That's probably, I mean, you can see all of the other things there. And I want to just set this landscape and give it to the people who actually have to do something about this in the public sector. Good thing we still see our friends. It's very nice to be together with you now. But we see them all on Facebook all the time. So software is eating the world. That is what is changing. And then here's the key thing. This is the curve. One more time. This is it. That linear versus exponential. So we're used in the old world, our companies can grow, or our efforts can grow in a linear manner. But with technology, that curve that goes like this, people call it the hockey stick. That is a norm. That's a norm for companies like Airbnb, a hotel chain that has no hotel rooms, or Uber, a taxi company that owns no cars, right? This is the world we live in today. Rappler tried to redefine media a little bit, but we're not quite in that hockey stick. We're somewhere in that middle period of disruption. So here's the challenge. The challenge is, if you're working in development, if you want a better country, how can we take these ideas and actually, click again, doesn't work, use it for development, right? So you're going to hear now about a world where hopefully opportunity, jobs can come your way faster. You can learn faster. You can gain wealth faster. You can have opportunity, and then the part that comes with it is justice. And the first person to tell us about the way the world works right now, because he has to deal with it daily at the Senate, how can legislature move at the pace of change that's happening? You'll hear from Senator Bam Aquino right after me. Next again, this isn't working. And then we have to hear from Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno. She's done things with technology that you may not know about that actually will help our system dispense justice for all. And here's the fun part, right? Now we are imagining what 2030 now is going to be. She is the perfect person to talk to us about this, because not only is she a woman, one of the global goals of gender equality, but she will still be Chief Justice in 2030. So hashtag CJ Pasisereno in hashtag 2030 now. The Sustainable Development Goals, you'll hear about this from Ola. He'll come back up again. And these are real. You're going to commit to them, I hope, the same way we did outside. And then finally, I'll leave you with this. We have to connect all of this with leadership, with I'm going to jump in. How are you going to choose your candidates? It can't just be because you like the sound of their voice, or you know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows them. What about if we connect it to somebody who will promise to end poverty in the 6 years or in the 3 years they're in office, or somebody who promises to give us internet, right? I mean, these are some of the things. It is about leadership. Let us imagine 2030 now. If you walk out of here and it is 2030 now, what kind of Philippines do you want to see? I'm going to leave you with just one last slide. A week ago today, one of the Rapplers, a very young investigative reporter, died at about this time. He was 45 years old. And Rapplers have been working around the clock to make our collaboration happen, to bring this to you today. But I want to just take a moment before we dream of the future to think about Aris Rufo and the work he's done. Rapplers, you can stand up. Let's just take a moment and say thank you, Aris. He always wanted to see a better future. We're going to keep working for that better future, and we hope that you come to it with us. Hashtag 2030 now. Hashtag global goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is a leading proponent of social enterprise in our country. And to get things started today, he's going to talk about powering up social enterprise through competition and technology. If you could come on onto the stage, Senator Bam Aquino is the chairman of the Senate Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, as well as the author of the Fair Competition Act. Thank you, Bam.
Thank you. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Good afternoon. Maria, magandang hapon. Good afternoon. Ma'am Beth, good afternoon. Mga kaibigan, mga kababayan, I'm very happy to be here. I'm honored to be one of the speakers addressing you today as we come together to build a brighter future for the Philippines. Hashtag 2030 now. To push for the common good, to push for the social good. Our world has made great leaps in the past decade. And it's really amazing how much our world has changed in the past 10 years. Terms like social media, the sharing economy, inclusive business, wala po ito 10 years ago. And yet, with all of these changes, with all of these differences, with all of these advancements, so many things still confront us. So many challenges continue to confront us, like hunger, war, discrimination, environmental degradation, and the very real and very big issue of poverty, with still over 1 billion people in the world considered poor. In the Philippines, there is a little different story. We've been experiencing tremendous economic growth. From being called the sick man of Asia just 10 years ago and lagging behind our ASEAN neighbors, we are now Asia's rising star, the fastest growing economy in the ASEAN, the second fastest in Asia, second only to China. But with the Philippines experiencing unprecedented growth and a number of investments pouring into the country, there's no better time than now to address the issue of our poverty and the glaring wealth gap in our society. Inclusive growth, our mission of sharing prosperity across all sectors of society, has gone from being a challenge and a slogan of government to a true imperative for our society, an inclusive growth imperative. Dahil sabi ko nga po, anong klaseng lipunan ang meron tayo kung patuloy ang pag-unlad ng ating bansa, pero ito'y para sa iilan lang. Kung ito'y para sa mga lugar lang gaya ng Quezon City, Makati, Cebu and Davao and NCR, kung hindi po nararamdaman ng bawat Pilipino ang kasaganaang ito, anong klaseng lipunan ang meron tayo? And so, dear friends, this inclusive growth imperative has become the most important part of our work in the Senate, and I would like to think of the work of many different government agencies. But of course, a lot of people ask me, so how do we achieve inclusive growth? How can we achieve the growth that is equitable and spread out across all the islands of the Philippines? Now, before I propose an answer, I'd like to share with you my experience as a social entrepreneur. So this is actually, can we have the next slide? This is actually me circa 2007 or 2008. Do we have that photo? No, we don't. Okay, ikaw na bahala, Janine. So we put up Happy Noy in 2007. We co-founded this social enterprise with a goal of helping women micro-entrepreneurs, and particularly our sari-sari store owners. Our experience working with them has deeply shaped our principles on poverty alleviation and inclusive growth through business. And what we found was that with the right programs, the right intervention, the right guidance, our micro-entrepreneurs, our Happy Noy Nanays, many of whom didn't even finish high school, very, very simple Filipinos could graduate with the right support to become successful businesswomen. What we found was a basic formula for their success. We call it our 3 M's: money, mentorship, and market. For money, for these sari-sari store owners, we worked with a microfinance partner, Card MRI, the largest microfinance institution in the Philippines, and we offered them loans and capital to grow, earn, save, and even invest in new businesses. We made sure they developed the skills to handle money with financial literacy seminars and standard business training programs. We included personal and family development modules to our training, promoting holistic development through our second M, which is mentorship. And we found that with the right mentorship, even those who didn't finish formal education could become learned and successful entrepreneurs. These able entrepreneurs, equipped with the skills, the confidence, and the capital, were then linked to suppliers and distributors, the third M, which is market. And so, supported by the three M's, many of our Nanay micro-entrepreneurs became true success stories. Many of them who started very, very simply with a tindahan as big as a window ended up with stores which were a little bit bigger and definitely earning more for their families. And this is why, friends, as a senator, many of the laws we worked on circle on these three M's: money, mentorship, and market. This is what we found micro-entrepreneurs need to be able to scale, to be able to grow, to be able to earn for their families. Karamihan po ng mga batas pong napasa po namin, nakasentro po sa tatlong M na iyan. For example, for the first M, money, we're currently in the period of individual amendments for the Credit Surety Fund Cooperative Act, which seeks to support small and medium enterprises in accessing credit. This will fulfill that missing middle, wherein our small entrepreneurs have a hard time getting capital for their business. The micro-entrepreneurs will have the cooperatives and the microfinance institutions. The medium and large businesses will have investors and the commercial banks supporting them. But our small enterprises, those who need to borrow 500,000 to maybe about 5 million pesos, who don't have any collateral yet, wala pang assets, but have contracts, have a good product, have really nice services, this is that missing middle we're trying to help. And we're hoping we can pass this law before the end of the year. Another bill that we're hopefully will address the first M, which is money, is the Microfinance NGO Act. And in fact, Mr. Manny Perlas of Life Bank is in the audience today, one of the leading microfinance institutions in the Philippines. We worked with the sector to develop this law. It will support our microfinance NGO sector, helping them grow and provide more non-collateralized loans to more Filipinos, but more importantly, the development of their sector to include financial literacy and business development is part of that Microfinance NGO Act. Ito pong batas na ito is just for signing by the President. So we're at the last step of this law already, and hopefully this will be signed before the end of October. That second act I talked about, the Microfinance NGO Act, also has something to do with mentorship, because these microfinance NGOs become the mentors for our micro-entrepreneurs. Kapag meron pong tamang tulong, tamang napupuntahan at tamang guidance na binibigay sa kahit pinakamaliliit na negosyante sa ating bayan, mga vendors, sari-sari stores, even farmers and fishermen, with that right guidance, they'll be able to grow and they'll be able to make something out of their business. Another M, well, still on the second M, mentorship, we recently passed RA 10679, or the Youth Entrepreneurship Act, signed into law just last August 27. This would have been my fifth law. This law just signed into law, not even a month old, includes financial literacy and entrepreneurial training, grooming young Filipinos to become the successful entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs of the future. This will affect the curricula of DepEd, TESDA, and CHED. And for the first time in our history, we will be including financial literacy and entrepreneurship in our school system. So for many of you here who are still students, hopefully, umabot po kayo sa panahon na kasama na ang pagnenegosyo at tamang paghawak ng pera sa inyong natututunan sa inyong mga paaralan. We go to the last M, which is market. We of course realized there was a need to establish ground rules in doing business in the Philippines so that startups and MSMEs have a better shot at getting a piece of the market share. So last July 21, the Philippine Competition Act was signed into law. This will level the playing field for startups and MSMEs by ensuring that businesses are competing through innovation, through quality, and through price, and not simply through size, muscle, and imposing barriers to entry. We hope that this will be a law that can support our MSMEs to be able to be that disruptive force and compete with the rest of the big businesses here in the Philippines. Alam niyo po, ang batas na ito, until the time it was signed, was the longest-running bill in Congress. First filed in 1987, only made into law in 2015. You can imagine that this law, which outlaws cartels, which outlaws abuses of dominant players, and outlaws anti-competitive agreements took such a long time to become law in our country. Many of our neighbors had their competition law signed decades ago. If you look at the US or even Japan, many of them before 1950. But we finally pushed for this law, and we're hoping that this will create that better market for our MSMEs to be able to compete at. This law sets ground rules, creating a fair and ethical environment for all businesses, from large corporations to our struggling MSMEs. The result, we hope, is improved quality of goods and services and lower prices for our consumers. And thanks to a healthy, competitive market, better chances of success for our MSMEs. Sabi nga po namin, kapag may kompetisyon, ang kalidad mataas, ang presyo mababa, at ang taong bayan panalo. Many of you have been following our office in our quest for better internet in the Philippines. Alam po nyo, we've taken the cudgels of this advocacy, and many people ask, bakit ba seryoso ni Senator Bam pagdating sa internet? Siguro mahilig mag-post sa Instagram. Or sabi nung iba, siguro masyadong dedicated sa kanyang video games. Well, the truth is, dear friends, for your MSMEs to be able to compete in the market, the most efficient way, what's coming out to be the best alternative infrastructure for our small and medium enterprises is to use the internet to be that platform. The quickest, most efficient tool to link people and businesses is the internet. Online MSMEs gain access to potential suppliers and distributors, and of course, gain that access to markets across the country and all over the world. This is why we have doggedly pursued the advocacy for improved internet in the Philippines. To varying degrees of success, I will admit, but we commit to you that we won't stop until we are not the last anymore in the ASEAN. Kahit number 9, Maria, hindi pa rin tayo papayag. We want to see that go up. To see the results, we need more players in the market, hence the Philippine Competition Act. And we need to see government make a significant investment in our internet infrastructure. And these days po is the budget time. So we're really trying to put this budget item in, where we can see government putting its money where its mouth is and saying, because we feel that this is important, we're willing to put in budget for better internet in the Philippines. Pagdating po sa internet sa ating bansa, we're talking about making the lives of our micro, small, and medium enterprises easier. We're talking about our ability to be able to talk and communicate with our loved ones. We're talking about social media, which currently has been said to be one of the main deterrents to corruption in the Philippines. The facets of internet go beyond just communication. It permeates all parts of our lives, it permeates all parts of business, and if we want to grow as a country, we need to solve this issue fast. Now, friends, you might be asking, the 3 M's, money, market, mentorship, all of these interventions focus on those 3 M's. And those 3 M's, we actually applied to our own little social enterprise 8 years ago in Hapinoy, and the other social enterprises I was a part of. And the question at that time was always, how can we see these interventions go beyond your social enterprise project? How can we see this support that a lot of our countrymen need go beyond the province, go beyond the barangay, go beyond the school that you're operating in? And that's why we wanted to have a hub wherein all of these 3 M's can come together successfully, and where our entrepreneurs, young and old, can experience the support that they desperately need. Last among the laws I would like to share with you today is my first law. And to be very frank, the law closest to my heart. The first law we passed in the Senate last July 2014, and in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry, is the Go Negosyo Act, which mandates the establishment of negosyo centers in every town, city, municipality, and province of the Philippines. These negosyo centers serve as convergence points linking all of the 3 M's, money, mentorship, and market, to all of our local entrepreneurs. Mga kaibigan, this was our attempt to use our experience in social enterprise to form policy and to be that alternative infrastructure that our SMEs need to scale and grow their business. Currently, we have launched over 90 negosyo centers all over the Philippines, and we hope to support entrepreneurs in each area with the 3 M's so they grow and lift themselves and their communities out from poverty towards prosperity. The first negosyo center we set up was Cagayan de Oro, and this was done late 2014. The first one for 2015 was Iloilo City. And I have a story about Iloilo City because I was just there yesterday. Kahapon po, pagpunta po namin sa Iloilo, we met with a couple, si Melvin and Myrns. And this is for any of you here from Iloilo, this is over some special batchoy, no? Netong special batchoy, if anyone here is familiar. Sikat po yan, yung Netong special batchoy. We talked to them about their experience. Ano po yung kwento nila? Myrns and Melvin are OFWs. They returned to the Philippines last January 2014. Si Melvin po, isang guro, and he taught in Brunei for a number of years. But it seems in Brunei, once you reach 55, you're asked to go home. So umuwi po sila just this year. And they had heard over the radio, streaming radio by the way, Bombo Radio, over the internet, na magkakaroon ng negosyo center sa Iloilo. So they went to the center, and my first question was, sinong kakilala nyo doon? Yung isang officer ba doon, kamag-anak ninyo? Meron ba kayong kaibigan na anak ni Mayor o si Mayor mismo? Paano nyo, pagpunta nyo doon, did you know nobody in that negosyo center? And they said, sir, pagpunta ho namin doon, wala po kaming kilala. We went there, we talked about the talents that we have, and si Myrns actually is a baker. And in Brunei, underground, she was actually selling cakes to the Filipino community. So marunong ho siya gumawa ng mga cake. She went to the center, she asked for support, she was assigned Miss Mutya, who underwent our training programs. Mutya is a business counselor, and this is a new term we coined for the officers in our negosyo centers. Why business counselors? Because we found that our micro-entrepreneurs need counseling. They don't need to attend just one seminar. They need someone to talk to send a message on Facebook, to text kapag may issue at concern sila. So they talked to Mutya. Mutya said, alam nyo, kailangan kayong mag-continuing education. We have a couple of seminars here in the Negosyo Center, one on food safety, one on business plan, and one on entrepreneurial training. They attended the seminars, and this is about February and March. In the meantime, they were further developing their products. By April, they had gone to Land Bank and found that Land Bank actually had a program for returning OFWs. Nahirapan sila sa requirements, so what did they do? They went back to the Negosyo Center, and Mutya said, isa-isahin natin yung requirements, and let's work at it together. One by one, they went over the requirements. She went back to Land Bank, and I'm happy to say last month, they got their loan for 500,000 pesos, 7.5% per annum interest. Wait, there's more. So, nagkwentuhan po kami. Sabi nila, oh, sir, meron na kaming loan from Land Bank, nakakuha na kami ng equipment, meron na kaming, kasi noon daw, kilo-kilo yung kanilang raw materials, ngayon daw, pwede ng sako-sako, napakalaking bagay sa kanilang final price. I asked them, how do you sell your products? Wala ho kaming tindahan, we sell on Facebook. This is an example of that new economy that we're all trying to grasp. It's so exciting. And I have to admit to you, yesterday, kung mas secure lang sana ako, tutulo na talaga yung luha ko. But I was so overwhelmed because finally, we were able to see this case, end-to-end case, wherein our law actually meant something real to the people we wanted to help. They had these cakes, beautiful cakes. Their cakes, by the way, yung specialty ho nila are fondant. No? For those of you who are familiar in the baking world, fondant cakes are usually what you see sa weddings. And it seems kulang pa ng supplier ng fondant cakes in Iloilo. So they're sort of cornering that market. Go on Facebook, Myrns Creation. May Z po yun, Myrns. And they have a small video there showing the different things that they can do with their talent and with their skill and with the right help and support from government. Ano po yung susunod na kabanata? As soon as we left, I called up my friend, Mr. Steve Benitez, who is also one of the speakers today. And I said, Steve, meron ba kayong bows sa Iloilo? And he said, meron kaming 3 bows sa Iloilo. Pwede ba magbenta si Myrns dun sa inyong mga tindahan? And he said, let's set up a meeting this week. We're going to ask our FMD manager to talk to Myrns, and if their cakes, kung pasok sila sa aming quality check, we're going to have them selling in our Bo's Coffee Club in Iloilo. Pwede na po kayong pumalakpak. Now, can you imagine the 3 M's coming together? The access to capital through the Land Bank grant, the mentorship provided by the center and provided, hopefully, by Steve as well and his group in Bo's, and the market. being able to sell on Facebook, now, hopefully, with your fingers crossed, being able to sell in Bose, maybe one day, being able to sell across all of the Bose nationwide, and who knows, maybe across the ASEAN. Money, mentorship, and market. You see, for us so kasi sa kwentong yan, we see all of the advocacies that we're doing, all of the laws that we're doing, all coming together in the story of Ms. Mearns and Mr. Melvin. Now, a lot of us will ask, mga kaibigan, Senator, baka naman isang kwento lang yan. Baka naman fluke yan at hindi talaga natin kaya yang gawin throughout the rest of the Philippines. Baka naman yung bansa po natin nakadestino na maging mahirap. Baka naman po yung Pilipinas hindi na talaga aangat sa kung saan tayo ngayon. And I always tell them, 10 years ago, we were the sick man of Asia. 10 years later, we're the rising star. 10 years ago, our economy was in such a bad place that it would have been crazy to talk about wealth distribution because there was so little wealth going around. Ngayon po, the key is inclusive growth. Take note, not even economic growth, because we're experiencing that already. We have the economic growth. It's the inclusive growth which we have to work on. So ang sabi ko po, kung ang mga pagbabago sa mundo, napakagrabe, social media, the sharing economy, inclusive business, social enterprise, napakagrabe ng mga pagbabago sa ating mundo. Bakit yung pagbabago ng Pilipinas ayaw po natin tanggapin? Ayaw po natin tanggapin na kaya pong mangyari sa ating bansa. So to all of the naysayers, all of the people who will say, siguro one lang yan out of so many, all I can say is, kung yan ang paniniwala ninyo, sige po, kayo na lang yan. Pero kami dito, and I'm guessing tayong lahat dito sa Social Good Summit, the reason why you're here is not because you're thinking there is no point to a social good. The reason that you're all here is because you believe in the social good. The reason why Rappler put this up is because we believe in a better 2030 for all of us. So naniniwala po ako na kaya ho natin yan. We can achieve, we can actually get things done. And just in that simple story of Mearns, kaya naman pala na hindi tayo palpak. Kaya naman pala that things work out. Kaya naman pala na pwede magtulungan ang big business, ang small business, ang gobyerno. Kaya naman po. And we will continue. Just to clarify, I am not running next year. I am here for 4 more years. So definitely ho, in our next 4 more years until 2019, we will continue the fight, and that fight will be much, much better if you're there with us. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Aquino. We will remember what you told us: inclusive growth, money, mentorship, and market. Those are the buzzwords. We'd like to move on to our keynote speaker. We're very honored to have her with us this afternoon. I would like to welcome the Honorable Maria Lourdes Sereno, Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Madami pala talaga tayo dito sa Social Good Summit. At unang-una po, gusto kong kilalanin ang mga dignitaries na nandito. Nakikinig po ako kay Senator Bam Aquino. Napakaganda po ng sinabi niya kanina. Kay Ola Almgren, UN Resident Coordinator, at si Ambassador Henrietta De Villa ng PPCRV. Si Maria Reza, CEO and Chief Editor ng Rappler, salamat at pinaalala mong kailangan pa ako magtrabaho hanggang 2030. Kay Glenda Gloria, sa napakaraming mga estudyante dito, mga batang profesional, mga social innovators, NGOs and partner organizations at communities, at lahat ng mga kaibigan natin na nanonood dito ngayon sa viewing parties na ginaganap rin sa Cebu at sa Cagayan de Oro City. Napakalakas ng enerhiya nga ng pagkakataong ito. At gusto ko ngayong pag-usapan ang sinasabi kong e-justice come alive at real time. Now, allow me to start by blaming people who should be blamed for bringing all of you here to endure listening to the Chief Justice, when most of you would rather not face a judge, much less the Chief Justice. And for bringing me here when I am supposed to be doing something else like writing a decision and not attending a technology conference. First, I blame Maria Ressa, where is she? For being so obstinate in insisting that the Chief Justice, who is not a genuine user of social media, who is at most a lurker in Facebook, who doesn't tweet but only reads tweets made on the judiciary, should engage in techno-speak with the geekiest people in the land. Second, all of you here who have made the Philippines the leading social media user in the world, even if our internet bandwidth is horrifyingly narrow and thus outrageously slow. I hope they pick up the hint. This is a negative shout out to the two major telcos. And last, I blame my impatience bordering on desperation for pushing me to bring the need to gain more support for the reform that is going on right now in the judiciary, to have this conversation with the geekiest of the most social media using people on earth. Now, I have entitled my talk, E-Justice, Come Alive, Real Time. And I hope you see why. I propose we make use of my 20 minutes by trying to achieve two things. First, I will try to explain and gain your support for some of the ICT projects of the judiciary. Second, I will try to publicly think through, and I hope you will help me here, what Maria had been insisting, that I can use social media to achieve what I wish to do for judicial reform within the bounds that I determine. Our first objective, what the judiciary hopes to achieve, the E-way. Now, our process is called the judicial process. It's our business process. In my ICT mind, that means that, one, any communication that is being done on a person-to-person basis, any information that is being recorded or transmitted through a piece of paper or by manual delivery, or any other human activity in the judicial process that can be substituted or augmented by an ICT solution should be so substituted or augmented. A judicial process is not so substitutable or augmentable if it requires only a person-to-person interaction or requires the use of human judgment and discretion that only sufficient experience and training in the field of law can provide. Now, let me envision to you and explain to you how I envision the judicial process the E-way. Now, a judicial dispute is recorded the moment a complaint or petition is filed in the lower courts or in the higher courts. Now, because these are in paper form, there is really no reason why they cannot be filed electronically. They are accompanied by supporting documents. Some need to be in their original form, such as receipts. But while for purposes of proving the authenticity of the paper version of these documents, and therefore these documents must still physically exist, their graphical images can be captured electronically. In any event, there is no reason why our complaint or petition, even with annexes, cannot be filed digitally from a computer terminal anywhere in the world. This step is called digital filing. For the case to be accepted as part of our judicial records, fees must be paid. Electronic payment is already the norm for many transactions. There is really no reason why e-payments for accessing the judicial system cannot be used as well. The docket number then follows, which is the control number for a case. Thus, the moment a case is accepted, it should form part of any case management system, which in its most sophisticated and efficient form should be in an electronic format. The assignment of the case, then, to a particular branch in a multi-sala station needs to be conducted by raffle instead of the tambiolo or the bingo jar system, which is existing today. The raffling can, of course, be done electronically. The recording of the incidents of the case after it has entered the system in its entire life is now being done manually. Reports on the progress of the case is also done manually. Imagine that there are more than 640,000 cases right now that are pending in our lower courts. The clerks of court who have the document management responsibility for these are only around 2,000. On the average, therefore, each should have around 320 cases to manage, but some cases can actually be several feet deep. The distribution of cases also in our courts is terribly skewed, with some courts having more than 3,000 cases and some as little as 30. This is a partial constraint that is forced upon us by statute, but I will not spend time right now explaining this phenomenon. Just trust me that for the next 5 years, this skewed distribution of cases will probably remain. Now, all clerks of court, being the records manager, are required to generate monthly reports. So you can imagine that aside from their day-to-day functions, they still have to spend considerable time doing the reports by looking at the latest incident in each case file. They would not need to do that unless they have been diligently recording in a separate recording system that they had initiated and designed. And then these monthly reports are mailed to the Supreme Court through the very slow Philippine Postal Office. Imagine the delay in generating the report and the delay from snail mail. The judiciary has many deadlines for promulgation of cases, for the amount of time that the criminal case should remain pending, for actions on motions. There are maximum periods for criminal sentences by which a detention prisoner should automatically be released when that maximum period is reached. There are at least 92,000 detention prisoners in the Bureau of Jail and Management and Penology jails. This number does not include those who are currently being held in local police station jails and in provincial jails. An application that alerts the judge of such deadlines can be so readily installed. Unless the judge is not looking at her computer monitor, she should actually be goaded into action by the electronic alarms that are set off. Now, the judge and her legal researcher also needs to research. Computer-aided research, whether through a DVD, CD, or online, is currently available for Philippine legal materials. The Supreme Court and a few commercial companies have made these available. Now, the judge is now contemplating how he will issue orders and decisions. Some of the judge's orders and decisions are commonly issued. So if they are commonly issued orders and decisions, then they can be, of course, templated. Several of our judges actually banded together to generate judicial templates, and these are already available. And again, it can be installed in an electronic court system. Now, when an order is being issued, it was the practice before that it would take around 2 or 3 months before the order is generated and mailed. The back and forth, when the judge drafts, edits, gives it to the legal researcher brings it back, and then the stenographer helps, and ultimately when she finally signs the order and then the mailing of the order pushes through, this causes the very long time lag. Can you just imagine, for every incident, it can be delayed by as much as 2 to 3 months. We have a breakthrough for this particular component of the trial that I will describe later. Now imagine, all of this being done manually, but if there is an electronic system, then the status of cases, instead of being done manually by opening the records of the case and leafing through and looking at the latest incidents, can be already generated automatically. As long as the data fields are identified and the data are correctly being entered, then the generation of the monthly reports and a report on the status of the cases would be readily available to the judge. The judge can be guided by graphs, charts, text lines, and she will have the ability to see whether she is complying with all deadlines, whether there are detention prisoners that should immediately be released, whether the age of cases that are pending with her are increasing, or whether in fact she is able to narrow the period between filing and disposition of her cases, even on a general system. You can just imagine how much more efficient the judge can be as a manager. Now, all of the previous processes I described to you in the judicial process are at the presiding judge level. At the top of the presiding judge, in a multi-sala court, you will have an executive judge. And the executive judge must ensure that all the deadlines in the station he or she is leading are being met. She has to know how the judges are individually performing. Presently, there is no way he can or she can do that. However, if we have all of those data available to him, because the computers of all the presiding judges are networked to his own computer, then he can have a dashboard that will immediately tell him that he has a laggard in his team. What the executive judge will do then is to call in the presiding judge and talk to her on how to help with her case disposition. Now, imagine a world in which, right now, you can just imagine that if you are talking about a station, let's say Quezon City, which has 58 salas, 58 computers being linked together, with one dashboard that the executive judge can view. Two, actually, the executive judge for the second level and another for the executive judge for the first level courts. Imagine if the courts in the Philippines are then networked or connected. Then all of this data, all of this case status can be fed into Padre Faura in a dashboard that will be available to the court administrator. Now, even imagine a future where this is fed to my desktop. At a moment's notice, the moment I am alerted to a possible problem, I can immediately investigate and know on real time the status of any case anywhere in the Philippines. That is the future that I imagine for all of us. And you will be able to participate because we can have viewing kiosks by which the lobby or a particular area in a hall of justice can allow one or two or several terminals for the public to use so that the public can immediately check on the status of cases. And imagine if we are able to agree on very tight security protocols if that can be available online. Thus was born the Philippine e-court system. Two of its components, mind you, are the ideas of the judges themselves. And these are the automated hearing system and the judicial form templates. Except for the digital filing and the e-payment system, all of the above components I described are already existing in the present design of our electronic courts. Even the electronic assessment of fees is included in the present design. Of course, you cannot just have a system that caters only to adjudication. For this to fully work, the Supreme Court must provide the e-court with the back office support to ensure that an integrated automation system supports the running of the 30,000-strong judiciary. The totality of all of these ICT projects is an ambitious, long-term automation program under an umbrella concept called the Judiciary's Enterprise Information System Plan, or EISP. Very briefly, the EISP is a 5-year master plan that will transform the way the court, like human resources, financial, property, and procurement management. Allow me to state that we already began the procurement of the connectivity services for courts in the NCR, Central Luzon, Calabar Zone, and Central Visayas, and also the network security services. We will procure the connectivity service for courts outside the 4 regions I mentioned in 2016. We will bid out at least 3 of the application systems in the last quarter of 2015, beginning in October with our document records and archive management systems called DREAMS. The total budget for the EISP outside of the e-court component is 3.9 billion pesos. The cost for the e-courts components presently are being shouldered by our development partners, the USAID, and eventually the European Union. Later on, much of the e-courts expenses will be shouldered by GAA appropriations. For now, we will not explain other details of the EISP. Now let me go back to the e-courts. We started mobilizing the e-courts for the e-courts project in 2013. 2 years hence, by October 2015, there would already be 98 operational e-courts 2 weeks from now. 58 in Quezon City are already operating, 11 in Angeles City, 4 in Lapu-Lapu City, 18 in Davao City, and yes, in 2 weeks' time, 7 in typhoon-devastated Tacloban City. By the end of 2015, 30 more in Cebu City will be operational. By the end of 2016, 86 in Manila, 37 in Makati, 21 in Pasig, and 13 in Mandaluyong will be on stream. By the end of 2016, e-courts will be present in 285 trial courts, handling about 30% of the total caseload of the Philippine court system. By 2017, we will start rolling out e-courts in regions 4A, 4B, and the rest of Metro Manila. At the start of 2017, we will then begin to plan how we can put the rest of our courts on e-court mode. Allow me to highlight one component of the e-court system, and this is the automated hearing system. Automated hearing means that during trial, every activity is captured electronically, right there and then, including orders issued by the judges, marking of evidence, and other court processes. This is facilitated because even right now, even without the full complement of the e-court system, the judge, stenographers, and interpreters' computers are linked. And they have a printer right in the courtroom. And when the editing is done, all of the 3 actors are allowed to view on real time the editing of the documents that are being prepared. One judge even installed at his own cost a monitor on his wall so that even the public could simultaneously view the editing of the document he is generating. And as soon as the order is printed out, it is within minutes served on the parties. No more waiting for snail mail. So revolutionary was this that we even have stories about, I will tell you vignettes later on about how the e-court has created significant impact on the way the public is viewing those who are already seeing automated hearing. Now, in brief, our system is speeding up court action by facilitating the issuance of orders and decisions. The judge has improved management capability because monitoring of cases is now automated. Case backlogs are cut because the dashboard provides judges with information that will assist him in facilitating the disposition of cases that are aging and new case incidents that require immediate action. Public access is increased through information kiosks where status of information can immediately be found. It will also bolster transparency because the raffling of cases is done electronically without any human intervention. In short, the e-court system is proving itself to be an effective monitoring tool for court performance. And how much of a game changer can it be? Now, the vignettes. Some lawyers have written congratulatory letters to our judges. Meron ding mga abogado na nagpapa-selfie sa mga automated hearing system together with the order that is being handed out right from the judge's desk. In the very first automated hearing in the Davao City Regional Trial Court, a long-time detainee was ordered released from detention right there and then. And for a moment, they stood still. What does it mean? They could not believe that the order of release was immediately encoded and printed while the detainee was still in front of the judge and served on him and his counsel. It was so unprecedented that the by police witnesses whose testimonies are vital, especially in drug cases. Any delay in the trial means more unjust detention and more prison congestion. Now, how does it work? By the plain email of the subpoena from our trial court to the police station with a CC to Central PNP, police attendance improved to an estimated 97% as reported by the participants in the Quezon City e-subpoena system. The key to the high attendance rate is the signed undertaking by the PNP that any report of non-attendance automatically leads to an administrative show cause order to the non-attending police. And we will eventually roll out the system to other cities. Now, there are many other game-changing reforms in the judiciary, but for now, we will content ourselves with a discussion on these points because these reforms are not mainly in the ICT area. Now, our second objective, how do we use social media to enhance judicial reform with judiciary appropriate parameters? To many of you, in fact, perhaps all of you, it would seem sensible for me to direct the judiciary to go full steam ahead in the social media waterway. After all, our PIO chief, Teddy Te, is lightly doing that. My chief of staff, Attorney Lourdes Oliveros, is also leading limited discussions from time to time. If we were to use social media as a platform for our internal information and education campaign, I would surmise that the resulting problems could be somehow manageable. But I hesitate to give my blessing on making the social media platform a regular mode for engaging the external public. The difficulty has to do with the culture that the Chief Justice needs to preserve if the judiciary is to properly discharge its constitutional role. Allow me to explain. First, the judiciary is required by its nature to be the most formal branch of government, and the judge the most neutral, thus the most formal of all public officials. we need to constantly maintain a degree of aloofness to avoid inappropriate chumminess. That is why we judges are required to limit our social interactions, because our behavior is always being observed, and also because we need to avoid associations with political or business networks. Second, every judge is also required to think before she speaks, to keep her thoughts on political and social issues to herself, lest when a case of related import presents itself, she will be placed in a conflict of interest situation, or she would be perceived to have prejudged the case due to a publicly expressed pre-existing inclination. Thus, the inherent danger of opinion posts by judges. Third, the judiciary must be the foremost practitioner of due process. We cannot be party to any activity that encourages accusations to be lightly made without evidence, or where the accuser is not willing to put under oath her accusations. Fourth, it might be terribly frustrating for many social media habitués to have a judiciary forum where no discussion on any pending or imminent case, including on its incidents, personalities, or relevant theories, can be made. If the judiciary is to engage in social media and receive feedback, then it must do so within these parameters. It could mean a heavily mediated forum with strict rules, but the strictness of the rules themselves might be difficult, especially for social media users in a country with a very vocal press. The charge of opaqueness or lack of transparency or even defensiveness can be easily hurled against the judiciary and the administrators of such a forum. I thought, what about mediation? Mediation by credible outsiders might be needed so that there can be a buffer between the participants and the members of the judiciary. But then, the presence of mediators by itself can create untoward problems. But I see the potential of social media. If only a fraction of the attention given to Aldab can be lavished on issues affecting the justice system. If only a hashtag such as Justisya Ngayon Na can be retweeted to give justice reform both public support and urgency as a national priority, if only netizens will appreciate the initiative and creativity of some of our judges in using technology and homegrown management solutions to bring about justice, then truly the Filipino people will reap the best that technology can offer, even in the arena of justice reform. I think of the potential that can be unleashed if we were to start a national conversation on the state of the Filipino family as seen through the eyes of our family court judges, or of the menace of drug addiction, child pornography, and trafficking, again as evidenced by our court records. We judges also have a story to tell, and our hearts have been heavy with sad stories for more decades than we care to count. We also need to hear a shout out for the brave men and women who day in and day out quietly and sincerely do their best to render justice. However, too close an interaction between the formal institution I represent and the whirling world of social media can also create serious difficulties. Our judges the guardians of our democracy, must be assured the austere, reflective space that best engenders impartial judging. I have told our ICT story. I see the potential of social media in judicial reform. I am aware of the dangers, but I'm also here to listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice Sereno. We would now like to, as was mentioned earlier, the Chief Justice will be Chief Justice until 2030. That's a good 18 years. Okay. So the things that she... And the great thing about that is that means continuity. The things that she spoke about in terms of reforms are probably things that will not just be thought about, but these are things that we can look forward to as being actually implemented. Okay. So thank you very much once again, ma'am.
Thank you.
We will be moving on to our next segment for this afternoon. We will be tackling technology and global goals, because in the last speech, in the last message by the Chief Justice, she spoke about technology and the judiciary. But before we do that, we would like to call on Maria Ressa. But Manny, could you remind us again about the global goals while Maria makes her way up on the stage?
The global goals, okay.
Yeah. What are the 3 global goals? Do you remember?
Pop quiz, okay. Number 1, to end extreme poverty.
All right.
Number 2, to fight inequality and injustice.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3, to fix climate change.
Very good.
Pasado ba?
Pasado. Okay, so Maria now will show you one of the tools that we have developed in Rappler.
It's a mapping technology.
Right.
Right.
This is called Reach, and Maria will show you how it works and how it could be applied in different situations, both for politicians and even disaster situations.
Actually,
Okay, there you
why
are.
don't you stay with me? Because we're going to turn this over to Ola in a little bit. But we
All
just
right, there
wanted
you
to
go.
show you, for whatever reason, I get to show you what we've created outside. And how many people are having a difficult time tweeting? Are you having a difficult time tweeting? Yeah. Okay. Well, part of it is because we're in a great place that's shielded. So it's not completely, But anyway, look at it. Look at what we have right now. This is #2030now. Rappler is able to tweet out, and it's gotten out. Can you zoom in? Give me the second one in the middle. Yeah, who is that? Plus SocialGood is watching us from New York, and they're connected with the SocialGood Summit on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly that's taken place. Bam Aquino is tweeting and has tweeted, and look at some of his followers. Let's zoom into Bam's followers. I want to see. They're in between, okay. Let's take a look at the one in the middle. Ooh, we know that's plus SocialGood. So I'm assuming this will be a New York audience or a global audience. That audience, yeah, that's kind of off to the side. Who is that? J-Lo? Click it through. Can you click it? And let's see who it is. Okay, let's see who's there. Who's J-Lo connected to? Sugar Abdul Chicago. Oh my gosh, it is J-Lo. Can you, this one, the big one here, the boundary spanner here. This one down here, yeah. UN Foundation. Yes, that is the real J-Lo. And connected to the UN Foundation. The UN Foundation, thank you. They're watching. I know that they were live. Oh, we already know that. Okay. PI. You might be having a difficult time. What does this show us? Right now, we're not yet in the middle, but you can see the size of the circle is the size of your reach. It's in geek word, it's eigenvector centrality, or you can just, it's the same principle behind Google PageRank. So each one forms our community, and our goal is to get our community moving towards #GlobalGoals. I will turn it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you, Maria.
And thank you, J-Lo. Our next speaker is going to help us understand the global goals for sustainable development. He is a United Nations resident coordinator and a resident representative of the United Nations Development Program in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ulla Almgren.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. That's better. Thank you, Maria Ressa and the whole of the Rappler team for making this happen. Thank you so much. And thank you to my colleagues in the United Nations Development Program and the whole of the United Nations system present here in the Philippines for your contributions to today's event. And really, thank you to all of you for taking time to be with us here today. Just a quick brackets here, Maria, when you were showing the tweets here, I have to say that I was a little bit disappointed to see that my total of 28 followers didn't show up, but I'm hoping that perhaps that can change by the end of today. Go look for me. Anyway, I'm very pleased to join you in what is a key moment in the Philippine media history. That of acknowledging and celebrating the disruptive power of technology and innovation, in particular social media, to affect social good. I'm also glad to be part of a global conversation, as we could also see here behind us, or behind me in front of you, that aims to explore and forge partnerships that will benefit the largest number of people in the best way possible. In 2010, the United Nations Foundation and the United Nations Development Program teamed up with Mashable and 92nd Street Y and started bringing together people through the SocialGood Summit, from world leaders to grassroots activists, to discuss possible solutions to the world's toughest problems. For the past 4 years, Rappler has been organizing the Philippine leg of the SocialGood Summit, and has put the Philippines on the map of this global conversation. The United Nations in the Philippines, through the United Nations Development Program, is very happy to partner with Rappler in this initiative. The 2015 SocialGood Summit Philippines comes at an important juncture. Yesterday, at the United Nations General Assembly and the Sustainable Development Summit in New York, UN member states formally adopted and launched the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or the Global Goals, which are an agreed vision to put people and planet on a sustainable path by 2030. In the words of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the Global Goals represent a universal, transformative, and integrated agenda that heralds a historic turning point for our world. 17 goals with 169 targets can in one sense be seen as an immense agenda, and it is, of course. But these are the essential component parts to shift the world to a part of sustainable development, to deliver on economic development, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. In very simple words, these global goals aim to end extreme poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and take action against climate change. At the same time, Filipinos start thinking about choosing a new president in May next year and to elect national and local leaders. Leaders who will take the relay and build on past progress to lead the Philippines towards the achievement of these global goals by 2030. I think that you can agree with me that the confluence of these two events can have a significant impact on what the world, your world, will look like 15 years from now in the year 2030. The global goals build on the Millennium Development Goals that I'm sure that you have heard of. 8 goals for human development that the world committed to achieving by 2015, this year. The MDGs adopted in 2000 aimed at an array of issues including reducing poverty, hunger, disease, gender inequality, increasing access to water and sanitation. Enormous progress, really, has been made on these MDGs in the past 15 years, showing the value of a unifying agenda underpinned by goals and targets. Let's see what these have been. So let's pause the video here just for a moment and translate this into what has been achieved here in the Philippines when it comes to the Millennium Development Goals. First of all, poverty. Poverty incidence has decreased from 34.4% in 1991 to an estimate of 25.8% in 2014. However, reducing hunger and the prevalence of underweight children, unemployment, and quality employment remain challenges. More children are now going to school, up to 95.2% in 2012-13 from 83.2% in 2006-7. The reforms undertaken by the Philippine government have significantly contributed to progress that you have made on education over the past 15 years. And further progress will be made possible with the kindergarten to 12, or K to 12, as we know it, program. However, despite this improvement, there remains the big challenge to ensure that children that begin school actually stay in and finish school here in the Philippines. More girls are enrolling and finishing basic, secondary, and tertiary education. Today, more women are functionally literate than men here in the Philippines. Their reading and writing skills go beyond the basics, and they're able to use these more advanced skills to stay and perform better in school or gain more meaningful employment. Women have become more visible in terms of political participation, with a steady increase in the number of women elected in the legislative seats and local government positions. In fact, the Philippines is first amongst Asian countries in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report. The Philippines ranked 5th out of 136 countries, the only Asian country in the top 10 since 2006. And I think we can give a big applause to the Philippines for that achievement. Also, A significant decrease has been achieved in the number of deaths of infants and children under 5, but there are still many women who continue to have limited access to reproductive health services and who die from giving birth. Deaths from and incidences of malaria have significantly decreased over the past 15 years, with 27 provinces declared malaria-free. The prevalence of tuberculosis, that was also a target, is still high. However, deaths resulting from it have declined. Alarmingly, though, there's a rapid increase in the number of new HIV infections that needs to be addressed urgently. Access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities have significantly increased. While air quality remains a challenge, there's been a remarkable decrease in the consumption of ozone-depleting substances here in the Philippines, attributed to a number of regulations and policies on improving air quality in the country, including the passage of the Clean Air Act of 1999. However, forest cover, also a target, continues to decline here in the Philippines, and the numbers of slum dwellers continue to rise. The Philippines, over the past 15 years, has made significant gains in mobilizing domestic public resources, private businesses and finance, and international cooperation in development partnerships. Looking at the cost of selected and essential medicines have been cut by almost 50%. And looking at your connectivity, as has been referred to here earlier also, the number of people that have telephone and cellular phones access and ownership has significantly increased. Even if individual internet access is still below the international average of 39%, the Philippines is consistently hailed as the texting capital of the world. You are a country of great social networkers. This, of course, makes the SocialGood Summit here today even more relevant and significant, as it allows all of us to discuss and explore collaborations on the tremendous potential of the Philippines to harness technology for social good. So much has been achieved, but more remains to be done. Let's continue to watch the video clip. In the lead-up to the launch of the global goals, the United Nations and partners ran the My World, a global survey which captured people's voices, priorities and views for global leaders to listen to them when they began the process of defining the new development agenda for the world. Almost 8.5 million people across the globe have voted for the issues which are the most important to them and their families, from better healthcare to clean water and sanitation to freedom from discrimination. In the Philippines alone, more than 100,000 people participated in the survey. And let's see what issues mattered most to them. You will see that the top 5 issues that the Filipinos care most about are good education, better health care, better job opportunities, an honest and responsive government, and affordable and nutritious food. These 5 and 12 others are all parts of the new Sustainable Development Agenda, the global goals. So what is then sustainable development? Well, sustainable development is development that improves the living conditions in the present without compromising the resources of future generations. Sustainable development means understanding that we are all connected in space and time. Economic and social well-being cannot be improved with measures that destroy the environment. Intergenerational harmony is crucial. All development has to take account of its impact on the opportunities for future generations. So it's not just about us who are here today, but it's about those who are going to follow us. This means that we need to work together to make positive transformations for a more just and equitable society. We must all do our part to achieve this. Our leaders will have to be the champions of and commit to this change. So what is then the difference between the Millennium Development Goals and the global goals? Well, first of all, to me, if I look at them, the global goals take a higher aim. As an example, rather than looking at further reducing poverty over the coming 15 years, the global goals aim to end extreme poverty altogether. The global goals expand the scope of our actions to what I would call a whole of humanity, whole of planet approach. There's no more a north and a south, we're all concerned. The global goals recognize that our world is interconnected and that achieving and safeguarding prosperity and sustainability requires all of us, the North and the South, to join forces, contribute, and be responsible in the use of resources and the distribution of wealth. The global goals are a set of integrated and indivisible goals that bring together 3 crucial dimensions: the economic, the social, and the environmental, that take their starting points in 5 Ps. So this is what member states of the United Nations have committed to only yesterday in New York. People. We are determined to end poverty and hunger in all their forms and dimensions, and to ensure that all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality and in a healthy environment. Planet. We are determined to protect the planet from degradation, including through sustainable consumption and production, sustainably managing its natural resources, and taking urgent action on climate change so that it can support the needs of the present and future generations. Prosperity. We are determined to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, and that economic, social, and technological progress occurs in harmony with nature. Peace. We are determined to foster peaceful, just, and inclusive societies which are free from fear and violence. There can be no sustainable development without peace, and there can be no peace without sustainable development. And lastly, partnerships. We are determined to mobilize the means required to implement this agenda through a global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity, focused in particular on the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable. And this is the 193 member states of the United Nations putting their names to this manifest, only yesterday. Now, watch this.
Hello. Que do?
Hola. Guten Tag.
Ni homa.
Bonjour. Salam. Shalom.
The world's countries have united to create
A blueprint for the future.
In September, the UN is unveiling their global goals, a manifesto of today's humans, by today's humans,
For today's humans.
and for tomorrow's humans too.
So, to ignite world leaders and turn these words into actions, we're making a film.
Whether you know it or not,
Let's change things
Create a world where hope
is something you can reach out.
and touch.
hope,
Esperanza,
Tikva,
Natu Anya.
Here are 17 other ways to say hope.
We will live in a world where nobody, anywhere, lives in extreme poverty.
We will live in a world where no one goes hungry.
And no one wakes up in the morning asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die from diseases we know how to cure.
Where proper health care is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where everyone goes to school and education gives us the knowledge and skills for fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all women and all girls have equal opportunities to thrive and be powerful and safe.
We can't succeed if half the world is being held back.
We will live in a world where all people can get clean water and proper toilets at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there's sustainable energy for everyone.
heat, light, and power for the planet,
without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
And new wealth leads to decent jobs
for everyone.
We will live in a world where our industries, our infrastructure, and our best innovations are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
We will live in a world where prejudice and extremes of inequality are defeated inside our country and between different countries.
We will live in a world where people live in cities and communities that are safe, progressive, and support all those that live in them.
We will live in a world where we replace what we consume, a planet where we put back what we take out of the earth. We will live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of climate change.
We will live in a world where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
We will live in a world where we restore and protect life on land, the forests, the animals, the earth itself.
We will live in a world with peace between and inside countries, where all governments are open and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad. And justice rules, with everyone equal before the law.
And we must live in a world where all countries and we, their people, work together in partnerships of all kinds to
make these global goals a reality for everyone, everywhere.
Film yourself delivering the goal that resonates with you.
We'll put it all together with thousands of your faces, voices, and all of our collective hope to create a film and show it to the world, on TV, online, and live.
Your voice matters.
Your voice matters.
Make it known.
Say it loud.
And let it echo around the globe.
The future is in your hands.
The future is in your hands.
The future is in your hands.
Don't drop it.
Don't drop it. So, what can we do then? Well, first of all, we have to care about these goals. And when people care about something, they share it, face-to-face or on social media, because people have something to say about the issues that they represent. And if we look at the stories that have gone viral over the recent past, we realize that, in fact, we do care already about the global goals. So look at Daniel Cabrera, 9 years old, who became a global sensation as he showed his determination to get an education in this photo behind me that went viral. The photo captured the attention of people all around the world and sparked the Ako si Daniel initiative, a fundraising campaign aiming to support education programs here in the Philippines. Daniel now has a scholarship, and Daniel's story connects to Global Goal 4 on quality education. Look at this photo of a starving polar bear that has become an icon of the threat of climate change. Now, the photographer, Kerstin Langenberger, agrees that she can't directly say that the polar bear has become so thin because of climate change. However, the photo basically represents the impact of global warming, drastically changing the natural habitat and natural food sources for the animal to survive. Typhoon Haiyan is very close to all of us because Filipinos experience the unspeakable impact of climate change. And these stories that also went viral across the world connect to Global Goal 13 on climate action. Look at the photo on the left. Some of us experienced that, I think, sitting, we may be in the picture even, showing the traffic gridlock called the Carmageddon on 8 September because of a heavy downpour in Metro Manila. The worsening traffic situation and flooding clearly demonstrate the need for better and sustainable infrastructure, which is linked to Global Goal 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. It's also linked to Global Goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities. In fact, I think you will all agree that we are here because we care. We care about technology, and we care about innovation, and we care about development. We care about what kind of world we and our children will be living in by 2030. The global goals are everybody's goals. They are for me and my children as much as they are for you and for those of you who don't have children yet, for your future children. For the global goals to be successful, we need to make sure now that they become known, are cared about, and acted upon. We all have a responsibility to make this happen. The global goals are far more than inspirations or words of good intent. They provide a roadmap for action in the key areas where countries will have to invest in order to move forward. Sorry about that. These global goals, it's easier with a teleprompt, if you know how to use one. These global goals need to be backed up by national policies and will play a major role in shaping where and how resources are used. Implementation will be led by countries, and its success will rely on countries' own systems and programs and its ability to harness local and global partnerships. The SDGs will be a compass for aligning countries' development objectives with their global commitments. The United Nations stands ready to assist the Philippine government in reflecting the global goals in its development plans and policies. We can also help accelerate the process and implementation of the goals through a global practice on policy and governance for sustainable development. These will require leadership, commitment, and determination. You have a golden opportunity ahead of you by linking the global goals to the electoral debate in the upcoming elections, as well as to the new administration's development plan, to make sure that the relay and the positive developments from the MDGs are carried forward and expanded in the global goals. You have the vision. It is to build people-centered, inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous societies where human rights are upheld. You have the ingredients. The global goals, the 17 global goals, are transformative and bring together the strengths of government, the private sector, civil society, the youth, and really all of us. You have the experience, building on the lessons learned from working towards achieving the MDGs, the most successful global anti-poverty push in history. Looking now at the hugely ambitious agenda of the 17 global goals and their 169 targets, it is easy to be a skeptic. But I, and I hope many with me, choose to be inspired. Because, after all, What's the point of stopping halfway? Watch this.
And Usain Bolt has stopped! Usain Bolt has stopped at the 50-meter line! Oh, that is a pity!
Fire. Apollo, you're on course. 226 hours to the moon orbit.
Okay, thanks, Houston. But I think we'll be heading back now.
Come again?
Yeah, it was kind of fun, but I think halfway will do. Job done.
Stop! Good night!
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Let's tell everyone that it's time to change the world. Tell everyone about the global goals. For those of us who plan and hope to live 15 more years, we're the first generation that can end poverty. But we may also be the last generation that can save the planet for future generations. Use your phones, use your tablets, use your laptops, use your computers to do social good. Many thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ulla, for reminding us about the 17 global goals. Now, let's listen to Maria Ressa once again. She will tell us about technology, development, and leadership. How do we achieve these 17 global goals? Maria?
You're going to be so bored with me already. That was amazing. Thank you, Ola. It was great to get it in our hands. What I'm going to try to do is bring it to what you can do with it. And you can see some of what we've done with it on Rappler. So let's go. I've just been cut. So I'm coming down. Let's go to the first. So technology development and hashtag the leader I want. I'm going to take the challenge you set, which is here we have the global goals, and here we have hashtag PH vote. Kind of how way we started. Let's go. Next. So here's the mega trend. I'm going to be a little bit, you know, I have a geek streak, so please bear with me while I throw some of these things at you, right? This is the top mega trend from Global Trends 2030. It is about you. It is about us. It is about individual empowerment. And you kind of heard that from the great videos that we saw. But this is what it can accomplish. It can reduce poverty. The goal, actually, that the UNDP just said is end poverty in 15 years, right? Poverty reduction. So let's try to end poverty. Growth of the global middle class. Why is our middle class going overseas? The best and the brightest are the engines of growth of any nation. And we, for a very long time, keep sending them overseas. Our OFWs, our overseas Filipino workers, are our largest dollar earners. We can bring them home. We can learn more. We can achieve more in education. New communications and manufacturing technologies. Rappler wouldn't exist 5 years ago. And it's not just Rappler that's in the new communications and manufacturing technologies. There's a lot of stuff that can do. And some of them you might be thinking about, you might be able to create after you leave here. And then the last one is healthcare. People are living longer, right? So here's the irony of it. Even as our pace of change is increasing, our attention span is getting shorter, partly because of social media. But, you know, I joke in Rappler all the time. I say I became a journalist almost 30 years ago at a time when the lifespan of a story is the lifespan of a human being. You know, 85 years is the normal average lifespan of a human being. In the world of the internet today, I say we live at the lifespan of a fruit fly, 2 weeks, right? So that's the pace. It's gotten so fast, it's compressed so fast. And yet, how does that connect to healthcare advances? We're living longer as people. So imagine trying to sprint ahead all the time, but a longer period. So this is some of the things we have to deal with. Next slide. I remind you of that graph. If we want to be an Uber of nations, we want that exponential growth. Senator Aquino told you about some of the things he's already worked on and what he's going to continue to work on. The Chief Justice has told us what she's working on in terms of justice. Now, a lot of this comes back to you because the engine of growth of a nation, 85 to 90% comes from small and medium enterprises. So even though we will, you know, rail against large companies that we also want, small and medium enterprises are the engines of our economy. So that's what we want. Next slide. I'm going to show you this because this is really what changed. All of the other slides come from 3 days in August where I spent thinking about development and technology. And the woman you see over there is Helen Clark. She is the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, but now the Chief Administrator of UNDP. And she is, my gosh, she's waiting for a bus and she's talking global goals. You know, every waking minute is focused on how can we end global poverty? How can we do this? So this meeting in Aspen that we had for about 40 people really focused on, okay, Allah told us about the top down. Now, how can we tear it apart? I just have to show you that photo because this is something, I'm telling you, as a journalist there, I was like padlocked. I couldn't really tell you what was happening, like this photo, which I know we're live streaming to the world, but I'll show you the photo, not the video I took. World leaders singing Home on the Range. That is Madeleine Albright, former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, former Irish President Mary Robinson from Ireland. And it was incredible watching them grapple with world issues as they were human beings. The same way that we should be grappling with the world issues, but we can take it apart in our daily lives. Next slide. So these are the lessons coming out of that. The 3 global trends that we can do something about that is happening, that is powering global goals is, we said it, internet, increased connectivity and digital literacy. Everyone in this room is connected. Otherwise, I don't think you'd be here. And I'm sure you've helped your parents, your grandparents, your sister, or your younger brother get connected and be literate on social media, on the internet. The second, how are we going to do the global goals? Financial inclusion through digital payments. Mobile phones, that's what everyone came out of this meeting with. And then the last part, and you'll hear about big data after me from Mario, but the last part is taking big data and then putting it right back to work to help the poor, because we can. And how do we jumpstart all of this? Again, I tell you, this is in our hands, in your hands. We get the internet, that helps get you that spike. And what is it on the internet that empowers all of us immediately? It's social media. So we band together. This is part of the reason we're all here. We can band together to make things happen. And the last part, second is mobile phone. So the second is mobile phone, and the third is social media. Why the mobile phone? I'll show you the next slide. Because of this. So worldwide, you have about a third of the world already on the internet, right? About 3 billion internet users, about 40% of the world's population, 5.2 billion mobile phone users at a 73% penetration rate. But let's look at the Philippines. 40% internet penetration rate. So we still have 60% to bring in. Imagine when we bring everyone in, right? But we are bringing them in. So we don't just have to wait for Smart and Globe and the others who are working on internet connectivity, because there are others, and government. We can also look at what we can do with mobile. And if you're thinking, here's the last part. You heard from Senator Aquino from BAM about what you can do on Facebook. 46 million Filipinos are on Facebook. That's a lot. Next slide. So that's our landscape. Now, globally, I'll go back and then I'll zoom in after this. If we can get the other 2/3 of the people on the internet, and I zoomed in on the internet because it's oxygen for Rappler, and I think it's oxygen for many of you here. If we can get the other 4 billion people online, so if we can get them online, it would add $2.2 trillion in additional GDP, 140 million new jobs. It'll lift 160 million people out of extreme poverty. That's globally. And it feeds on itself, this cycle, right? The more internet access we have, whether it is through our phone or through internet.org or through any way, it'll spur development, because more and more of us can actually create more things so we can do that hockey stick, which then would increase our ability to get more money to build our businesses, to build our communities, which can then raise GDP, and it'll start that cycle again. I know that sounds super idealistic and very fast to pull it together, but you're sitting, I see some of you here, and I know some of you have startups. Some of you have advocacies that you're pushing. It is possible to make it do the hockey stick with the mobile phone, with the mobile first, with a focus on internet. Let's go to the next slide. So let's talk internet connectivity for us. Earlier this morning, the telcos talked about, both Smart and Globe talked about what they were doing in terms of the global goals and how they're trying to bridge that. Both of them have mobile financial, the ability to send money on mobile phones, the ability to bank on mobile phones. They're able to, for example, if you're a small company in Basilan and you cannot get your payroll from the bank to wherever the people are without fears of security, it can be sent on mobile phones. That's already happening now. It's one of the ways we can get around it. So the telcos are working on these things, but as they pointed out earlier in the morning session, in most countries, the government also helps provide a strong backbone. So there's got to be some kind of connection that we need to make here, right? TV white space, that's an initiative by DOST, the government, and Microsoft. TV white space takes TV signals and actually gives you internet access. I've tried it, but it's still not there. It's still not at a point where we're breathing oxygen with it. Google and Facebook are coming into this in a very, very big way. And it sounds like fantasy land sometimes, but Google has Project Loon. How many of you guys have heard of Project Loon? Okay, so Project Loon, this sounds kind of, again, like fantasy. It wants to get 4 to 5 billion people connected by 2020. High-speed internet access through helium balloons that float. And those helium balloons give 4G connections. And they're actually testing this now with carriers in countries like South Africa and New Zealand. And then the last one is Facebook, internet.org. Both Globe and Smart also are connected to internet.org. Rappler is available to you on internet.org, as well as a host of other websites. But it is optimized for low bandwidth environments. And as of now, they feel like they've given the numbers of they've connected 9 million people in 15 low-income countries. That includes India and the Philippines. Next slide. Okay, this is the last one before I go into very specific things you've helped us do. This is really the impact of that increased connectivity. And look at the impact on our lives and what it means for you. It'll reduce economic exclusion, meaning I remembered when I first came to the Philippines in 1986, it's a different world between here and New York, or here and London, where many of the jobs I was looking at were. And there's an income disparity. All of that goes away if we can get connected. Well, not overnight, but look at what it can do. Global opportunities for education. We can educate ourselves on Coursera. You can take an Ivy League course on Coursera. You can get a job on freelancer.com. There's a startup by a young lady in her 20s that connects tech coders in countries outside of the Western world and brings them to be hired by tech companies that are home. But or in Holo or anywhere else which used to seem remote can be heard and felt by the world like that. That's what it can do. The last one is it will change leadership structures. And it will change it because we can now go bottom up. What most politicians will tell you, and Chai Hofilenya wrote a book about elections in the 2010 elections, is that you need a lot of money to be able to even run for office in our country. For president, it's something like 3 billion pesos. You need a minimum of 3 billion pesos to run for president. How can you run for president? How can an ordinary person do this? We think that there's a way with this new technology, right? And the way you elect leaders, is it still going to be the song and dance? Or can we use sustainable? Can we use global goals? And then I'll bring it home now. I have a few minutes. Next slide. I talked about #MillionPeopleMarch, March, and I come to this because this is our first internet peer-to-peer driven protest in the Philippines, and it was against corruption. Remember this? August of 2013. It took one Facebook post 7 days to get about 100 to 120,000 people in Luneta Park. And when you got there, it was kind of boring, right? If you walk through the park, there was no central stage, there was no organization, there was no program. That is what an internet peer-to-peer driven protest looks like. So it's bottom up. And this is what it looks like when we map it. It looks like that. Ang gulo niya, di ba? Each one, it's very different from what you saw earlier when we were showing you the community. And magulo talaga siya. Why? Because each of those colors are communities waiting for information to become communities of action. So that's part of what we as journalists need to do and what you as consumers, as Filipinos, need to do, to take information to create communities of action. Next slide. We did #MMShakeDrill. And again, you would think this also goes with the global goals. Why would we do something like this? Why would a news group do this? Because in the end, if that earthquake hits, do you know what you're going to do? The estimate is anywhere from 35,000 to almost 40,000 family do. And this is what #MM Aldub, I think. You gotta beat the Jane began because there's a little Rappler in Indonesia had one one Filipino bureau chief. Then we just started to add 2 more reporters around that time. There were all these people, a few people who were slated for death row. Drug trafficking, there were 9 Australians, and then there was this one Filipina that no one was really paying attention to. Our reporter decided to do a story and kept doing stories, because then the more stories we did, the more we found out that, wow, in her trial, she can't speak Bahasa Indonesia. She didn't understand her trial. She wasn't able to defend herself. It looked like she had been duped into this. So the story went. And as the journalists were doing the story, all of a sudden, Move PH kicked in with our community. And the hashtag, along with change.org, took a life of its own. And that hashtag didn't really kick in until the Saturday before the Tuesday she was slated to be executed. And overnight, it was incredible the amount of caring. People read, we could see it, every single move. We could see the votes on the Move meter. But all of a sudden, it was at 1 a.m. in the morning. President Aquino, I think during the day, was at the ASEAN summit. And it's funny, one of the guys with him actually told me that they were trying to call the Indonesian president and they couldn't get signal. So it's not just in the Philippines that we have a problem with signal. They couldn't get a signal. And the only phone that they were able to get him on was a Hello Kitty pink telephone, that an old Nokia phone someone had, right? So the President Aquino called President Joko Widodo, Jokowi, and at 1 a.m. in the morning, she was rescued. Hashtag Save Mary Jane became hashtag Mary Jane Lives. That is also yours. Next. That's you. Clap for yourself. I'm going to end it with this, and I always end it with this, because we live in a country that is going to be greatly affected by, we are already greatly affected by climate change. The Project Agos was something that I wanted to do before we built Rappler. This is, if you're here, you know, you've been following us. We launched it in SocialGood Summit in 2013, but now we have a new twist. We have a new partner. We're actually, Rena said earlier in the morning session that we're going to get married. So I want to actually tell you, Project Agos will now become Agos, drop the project, and marry Rena. No, marry Ateneo. So this is what Agos is now. Ibayanihan and Agos will be coming together, and you'll see this moving forward. And what I think this shows is the kind of collaboration we need to actually not just make things happen, but to scale, right? How do you get that hockey stick? You need to scale by partnering, scaling in collaboration. Project Agos is, if a typhoon comes, you can send information, you can send calls for help, you can SMS. Smart and Globe have already basically are giving those texts for free for anyone who needs to put information or has a call for help. At the same time, as texting, you can use social media, you can use hashtags that we've all created together over the last 3 years, and then the last one is you can go on site. And I want to show you again the tipping point of this one was this. You may not be able to see it, but this is Typhoon Glenda, and I remember it well because our managing editor is Glenda, and we had a lot of jokes about this. But look at the tipping point. I love this one. Up on top, it's baby and 2 yayas trapped, and you can see that Jodes and Voltaire give the names, and then NDRRMC responds to say, Ma'am, kamusta na po kayo dyan? First responders, there are more than 68 different partners of Agos who are working on the ground response, including WFP, including UNDP. I can't even put all of the partners in a logo. There are too many of them. And that actually is what we want to scale, right? This I love. Earlier today, we showed this. May babaeng nagle-labor sa ibabaw ng bubong. There's a woman in labor on the roof. And you can see what happened. Voltaire is with Move PH. It says Risa Delgado is where she was. And then he updates. She was rescued by the Philippine Red Cross, which is also one of the partners in Agos. I'm going to leave you with a video of the tipping point of Agos Ibayanihan. And you can see what the power of the crowd can do. So I hope you can see that the first step is one person. One person has an idea to solve a problem they build using the internet. That's the way you can scale fast. Or social media. Social media is really one that takes the cap off. Then finally, you bring in your friends. You bring in your community to solve that problem. It is the only way we will get rid of global hunger, and the only way that we will get rid of poverty, the only way we can deal with disasters coming to our nation. I leave you with this video. Let's roll it. Typhoon Glenda, known internationally as Ramasun, intensifies as it moves closer to the Bicol Samar area Tuesday. So you know everything here is crowdsourced. It comes from you, right? And if you pull that down, the purple is data. That comes from government. They've given us the data and it's layered on top of the map, and you can see the path of the storm, which we've gotten also from agencies, and the data that shows you where flooding is likely to happen and where landslides are likely to happen. The data soon will come that shows you where you can go for help, where roads are passable or not passable. And the tools that you can use in the future are built by Ibayanihan. DSWD, DPWH. Then you go to the next part of it, which is recovery. I said this morning that I was very optimistic that this is a different time, that we can do something if we do it together, if we set out to conquer one thing. I think at the UN on the second floor, you can actually solve one thing. I'm going to end with just this slide, and this is exactly the way I feel. Next. This was just posted a few hours ago. Helen Clark said this, and this is really the way I feel. And I actually think your generation, you're going to do things and see things that we can't even imagine. Ours is the last generation which can head off the worst effects of climate change. Head off the worst effects of climate change. And the first generation with the wealth and knowledge to eradicate poverty. For this, fearless leadership from us all is needed. Fearless leadership from you, so that you figure out what you want. That will help you figure out who you want to elect as your fearless leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for showing us some great examples of how we can use technology to improve lives, how we can use technology to change the world. And everything you've seen is pretty impressive. But did you know that there's another part of the world of technology that's equally important, very deeply important? It's the stuff that you generally don't see, right? And this is the world of big data. We now have the ability, using technology, to comb through millions, if not billions, of pieces of information and generate useful, actionable intelligence from that. And to help us get a better sense of this world that you don't see, this world of big data, I'd like to call on to stage Mario Domingo, who is the co-founder and managing partner of Loop Natural Intelligence Solutions, which is a consulting company that employs a unique combination of data scientists, automation, and deep machine learning technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mario Domingo.
Thanks, Manny. Hi. Hello. So when Maria asked me to come and speak, I said, that's going to be tough. I'm coming from a future tech conference in London, and that means I have to leave a day early. Who am I going to talk to? So I was very anxious the last 24 hours, wondering, oh, how am I going to do this? Then the two presentations before made me feel better. It made me feel better because out of all of the celebrities that was shown, the person that got the most applause was Stephen Hawking. So I said, I'm in the right place. So, I'm coming here to talk about deep learning and how it will help social good, how it will help enterprises and stuff like that. But allow me to go through it. There's the irony of all of this is the highlight of my presentation was I was going to demo my little engine, right? But no connectivity. Anyway, but we made it up. We'll work through it, and hopefully I can talk you through this. So let me start with this slide. This slide talks to you about two types of things. One is highly automated, very intelligent. The other one, not so automated and is very manual, right? So when you're running an organization, when you're running an enterprise, when you're running a business, when you're running a government, either you run it like the ship above, the image above, or you run it like that image below. And you know that the image below shows you that your ship can go just a little bit farther than the image above, right? So that's what it's all about. It's all about harnessing technology. It's about harnessing data to the benefit and the social good of society. How can we innovate for social good? There's been a big global trend in the last few years, probably half a decade, towards e-governments, e-healthcare, and e-everything. As a matter of fact, if you saw the previous speakers, you will see the different types of e-everything that all about, right? And when you look at the amount of money that's being spent worldwide to enable these capabilities, to make a big difference. As Information Week indicates, most of these efforts have been top-down. There's a technology, they discover a technology, we push for the technology, and the application and the relevant uses of this technology are not quite spot on. And as a result, the technology becomes hype, and people brush it away because it's too hypey, so to speak. So allow me to talk about big data for a minute. So big data, for those who already understand, give me a few seconds here, it won't be long. Big data is basically almost literally what it means. It's big. Data before big data was labeled data. Imagine Excel. Imagine a spreadsheet. There are columns and there are rows, and there are labels for every column and every row, right? That's called structured data. Everything else that's not structured is big data. So what is not structured? A photo is not structured. The file has a label, but that's about it. It refers to the file. It doesn't refer to what is in the image. And what's in the image? It's you, it's your friends, it's the label of Coca-Cola, it is the location of where you took your pictures, and so is the case with videos, and so is the case with voice, audio, sounds. All of that is unstructured data. So when you look at all those, there's a big propagation of that type of data. You see it all over the place. As a matter of fact, the majority of what you do now in Instagram, in Snapchat, is about images. It's about communicating, for pictures speak of 1,000 words. And therefore, the need is for us to have a better understanding of those types of data. And when you combine big data, today, when you combine structured data and big data, it is more information than anything ever since the beginning of history of time. That's what we're looking at. And it's growing double every 2 years. That data is doubling every 2 years. But what to do with that data is not something that we can do traditionally as we do today using linear mechanisms. So everything we do in statistics and statistical functions is very linear. We have to have a different way of analyzing that data. That's when deep machine learning comes in. So deep machine learning is use of computational models for the data to speak to us instead of us speaking to the data. More on the concept later on, in order to deliver us real, valuable innovations. So let's talk about linear versus machine learning data, and then we'll get to the really fun stuff, which is the actual examples. So linear analysis will give us certain rules that will help us arrive at dog, cat. This is dog, cat, dog, cat. As a matter of fact, between Stanford, Harvard, and Oxford, the biggest challenge in big data is to find the cat. It is amazing at how difficult it is to find a cat in an image because of the shape of the cat. And the cat is the most popular image in the internet. So that can be done. We can label a cat and a dog. But machine learning does something different. Through a loop, that's not an advertising of my company's name. Through a loop, there is a recursive movement of the analysis across different layers, starting with small features, aggregating to a higher concept, like a tail, and the tail being part of a bigger image, like a golden retriever. And then from the golden retriever has this tail. Who happens to have these features of the tail? And that's how machine learning works. Machine learning takes granular views of feature sets from data, aggregates it into the next level of concepts, takes those next layers of concepts to bring abstracts, at the next level. It is learning because you don't go seek. You don't go look for the result. The result will tell you what the data is all about. The human's job is to train the model and tell him, yes, that's a golden retriever. No, that's a Labrador retriever. So let's take a form of unstructured data called comments. Comments are unstructured because the semantic meaning is different for every context you come from. This is Yelp. Yelp is a restaurant app, so it allows you to go and provide comments. So in there, I go here once a week. The staff is excellent. Meals are reasonably priced, for just $22. Okay, let's step back for a minute. Traditional analytics, even advanced analytics, is search-based. That means a human picks the word. And based on the word, it will generate for you a semantic understanding. Let's do something simple. Sentiment, okay? Sentiment, for a second, is positive, negative, and neutral sentiment. So I'm going to talk about Jollibee. Negative. Okay, that works. Or how about ganda? Or ganda. See, there's a semantic difference, right? So that is not getting captured. Deep learning allows you to capture a deeper semantic understanding of the words. And from there, and later on I'll show you how important this is, we're able to capture knowledge like we haven't been able to do. But it's not as apparent here. Let me show you something where it's really obvious. There. So we took our engine and we put Interstellar, IMDb, Netflix. Everyone said that this movie is sci-fi, right? When we took everybody's review, comments, and everything else that they said about this movie, the underlying sentiment underneath is it's dark, it's adventure, and it's emotional. right? I tried General Luna. I was going to show you if my engine was working. IMDb said it's action and history. Our engine said, according to Rappler's comments and everyone else, it's political, right? And the second was, you'd think it's history, right? It's cultural. And that's what, that's deep semantic understanding. All right. How about this example? I wanted to talk about getting engaged with this potential client, right? So obviously, semantic understanding is very, and the biggest source of semantic understanding is in comments, posts. One last example in this case, beef. If you were to put in our engine beef in the context of Yelp, which is the restaurant app, you will find that beef means pork, marinated, ground beef, shredded pork. So the way the model works is it predicts that when this word occurs, there's a straight correlation with or association with another word, and predicts with a percent confidence, say 90% confidence, that this other word will show up. And what it's saying is inside the context of Yelp as a data set, beef stands for even vermicelli noodles or something right there. It even stands for vermicelli noodles because that's the semantic understanding of what beef is inside Yelp. And then when we go to Amazon, beef stands for concern, downfall, drawback, criticism, right? And each of those threads that you see out there links to a deeper semantic understanding. So, in an ultimate example of big data, we have partnered with Rappler as part of our social good exercise to try to really challenge ourselves to do something really big. So we're going to connect to weather service, we're going to connect to Twitter, we're going to connect to United Nations data sets. We're looking for emergency services from healthcare institutions where we expect to find things like broken bones or scratches or wounds or cuts or things like that, and start finding the relationships, I call them, getting the genomic relationships across and be able to predict an event. The problem, the challenge that we have today is, in spite of the progress we've had, is we're very reactive. So the problem we're trying to solve is, what if we can go and pre-deploy, pre-mobilize our resources closer so that our response time is not in days or hours, but it could be less. So through the connect, that's why I'm going to ask you one thing. In the case of emergency, pass this on, please. When there are natural disasters, earthquakes, emergencies, disasters, typhoons, turn on your location services. Help me, please. No location, patay. Get it? So if you want to keep your privacy, I appreciate it. But when we are in a state of emergency, you guys, please tell your friends, tell your family, and yourselves, turn on that location services. Because what you say, we can go and try to understand how it works, and it'll be our own version of 911. What do you think? Yeah? Good. Very good. So what we will do is we will take the location data from Twitter. We will then take the context from emergencies and other data sets. We will enrich all these data sets so that we will deliver to the volunteer services a heat map. It's a prediction of an event. The event, we don't know if it's going to be traffic or it's going to be a flash flood or a landslide. We don't know. But what we can do is we can predict that an emergency event is about to happen. And if we can do that, we can keep training the model. And your reaction when you say, mali, there's no emergency. Did not work, there's no emergency. The loop will help teach the model and get it to learn better and predict better every time we do it. Okay? So, that's one of the social good we're working on. There's a second one. Through the idea of Gerard, one of our data scientists, and Amy, one of our scientists also, that are very much like you guys, very young people, very bright people, came up with this idea. The problem with outbreaks, the problem with epidemics, is that by the time we catch it, it's too late. It's already spread. There's already, widespread of the disease. So the idea is to develop a mobile app, right? Because in order for us to catch the epidemic, we have to catch the parasite. And in order to understand which parasite, we need laboratory and scientists. So there are probably a couple of thousands of them all over the world, these laboratories. However, there's far more need for them in the rural places, jungles of Africa, right? The mountains of the Philippines, where you need to have them, and you can't have them. So his thought was to do this, and this is what we're trying to work on. Take a picture of the parasite. Typically, these parasites are in pupu caca, right? It's in Thai. Sorry, didn't mean to use a bad word. So what happens is you take a picture of the poo-poo, right? And the poo-poo, this picture, goes to Johns Hopkins and CDC and identifies the parasite. Identifies the parasites, looks at the database, and sends a message back, whether please boil water, please have everybody take a shower, or please get rid of all organic waste. Please go, and all of the different actions that we taken will be passed on back without the scientists being on site, without the laboratory, very expensive laboratory, being on site. Yeah? The use of digital technologies, is to enhance performance and well-being, to reduce costs and resource consumption, and to engage more effectively and actively with its citizens. We are working with the government of Singapore. My company is a Singaporean company. I'm Filipino. We have a big Manila delivery center. We have a laboratory in San Francisco and another lab in Paris. And we also have data scientists here in the Philippines. And we help companies and we help governments, understand better how to use this. I was going to show you a demo of how we can do it. Can we go to it? So my team was a little bored. No, I'm just kidding. Elections being so important, we used LDA. Don't make me explain LDA. Who knows what an LDA is? Lateral Dietrich algorithm. Oh, thank God. All right, so basically we used an algorithm. And this algorithm queries the database. There's no putting words in it, all right? We just went into the database, in this case, Twitter, and based on that, tell us what people are talking about, right? And so this first cluster that we're hovering is the Binay cluster. So if you want to talk about Vice President Binay, here are the key topics that are being discussed in Twitter today regarding VP Binay. So you will find things midway, such as, I don't know why ABS-CBN is there, but there is, Yoko, I don't know how to go there. Can we go to number 9? I'm not political, so I don't know how to go there. So let's go look at this. This is peace. And the funny thing is very strong relationship with budget, process, Bangsamoro, nationalist, BBL, national, and check this out, Mindanao, Comelec, right? I don't know what the relationship between peace and Comelec, but that's what the data is saying, right? And so what happens is the algorithm grabs the different concept at around 900 per hour and then correlates the data across the board. Let's just hit number 4 there. Let's see what number 4. Can you do number 4? All right, this is PH vote. So PH vote, these are the key issues. And so how may we be able to do that? We can identify the key issues depending on what people are talking about. That's what people are talking about. That's what it's showing. All right, let's go back to my presentation, please. In short, I leave you with a challenge. Next slide. I'll take over. Thank you. So the next challenge is you build a smart nation, right? Build a smart nation, not for the sake of the technology, but build a smart nation to change the world, right? I have found in my people highly talented individuals that makes me so proud to be Filipino. I was raised in the United States. You know, most of my life was in the United States, but it makes me so proud to see that my people are very, very good people. And you know what? The strength of science, technology, education, and mathematics in this country has to be put to greater good. And I cannot agree more with Maria when he says it begins with connectivity. Because connectivity will spur, you know, advancement in technology and everything else. So just before I say thank you, I hope you don't mind if I take a selfie with you guys. I don't get to present to young folks like this. I always presenting to old folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to, we'll have a very brief panel discussion, about 15 minutes. And besides Maria and Mario, I'd like to call on the stage Kai Kaiser from, he's a senior economist from the World Bank. Please come over. Ramya Gopalan from UNDP, innovation specialist. And Rina Estuar from Ateneo Ibayanihan. Please come on stage, and Maria will be your moderator.
Why don't we start by, let me give, let me ask Kai to talk to us about a project that we're working on, World Bank, in terms of the Open Roads project.
Sure. You know, I presented this morning, but I was reflecting on the talk earlier about big data, structured data, and unstructured data. Now, I'm an economist, I work on public finances, so I spend a lot of my time thinking about how can we make public finances more effective, but also how can we connect with people? How can we connect with people when we talk about budgets and make budgets accountable? Now, of course, you know, through the PDAF issue, that was the one time when, you know, budgets became sexy or people were really engaged and got out on the street with regards to public finances. And really, that's what we're trying to do. If you go, for example, onto the website now of DBM, and just have a look at the proposed budget for 2016, or even the budget for 2015, you will see a structured data set of about 180,000 observations. Those are 180,000 lines. And that reflects 3 trillion of expenditures, of pesos that the government is spending. So what we spend a lot of time on, I think particularly as the government is putting a lot of this information into the public domain, is how do you make that data useful? How do you connect it back? How do you give people voice and link it to unstructured data? So you have a data set of 188,000 line items. But what we're trying to do in a project that we've also been working with RAPLA on is connect that structured data at some level with unstructured crowdsourced data, images, videos, and others. So through the Open Roads program, or what we were talking about this morning, #OurRoad2, what we're trying to do is bring this budget data and connect it to a lot of the big data and the connection data. And actually by mapping these roads, we can start interrogating the data too, of understanding, okay, we provide people the opportunity to provide feedback, but also in times of disaster, we understand what are the red roads, what are the roads that really matter to people for disaster. But in closing, I just want to say, connecting that data, making that happen, requires 2 things together, 2 hands to clap. is bringing together the structured data, which often we rely on government for. I was thinking about your presentation on Argos, right? You had the purple data. The purple data was the data that was coming from government. But you needed to put that together with the other colored data, which was the data that was coming from the people, from the thing. And I think that's the area where we need to work on, and we've been working, bringing those two different types of data. And I would say the fearless leadership comes from government, through its open government partnership and others, actually putting that information together with what the people are saying.
That is great. That's great, because you've just tied up the entire day so far, Rina. And tell us what you're working on, Ibayanihan, and how we're coming together.
It's precisely just that. The ground truth comes from weather sensors, hazard information. But on top of that, we also know that there's truth coming from the ground up, which is crowdsourced data. And that's the idea behind Ibayanihan, is to layer the structured and unstructured information, but backed up by science, validating through machine learning algorithms, to make sure that we are on the right track.
Ramya, you've seen and worked in different countries, and the UN is heading the innovation group there. How do you see all of this coming together? What best practices can we take?
Well, there are a number of different aspects that we can look at as part of our work. What innovation offers is to continually look at new frontier technologies, look at new sources of data, look not just at technology as a product, but also how it supports the process of social innovation, which often gets missed. Looking at citizen-generating data, looking at the users that we're trying to serve and the voice that they bring into the design of a product and service. And that's really what the meaning is of social innovation, and how that can be used to improve the kind of wicked problems that we face in development.
Mario, how difficult is it to do what you're asked for? This is also something that we had talked about, right?
Right. So in our space, in all of this, is the prediction part. It's the ability to look ahead and be able to predict the event when the events happen, right? And in order for that to happen, we need historical data, especially on healthcare. And that's one area in emergency services that we need to have, which is data. But in the absence of that, the Philippines is very, very active in social media. There's no reason why we cannot build intelligence from that. But again, I can't stress the fact that when you are talking about an advocacy, especially around calamities, around natural disasters, you got to turn on that location service, because prediction cannot be generalized. It has to be localized. So if I'm going to predict an accident in EDSA, it's relatively easy because the data is localized. But if I'm going to predict, it across the country, it's too generalized and it won't matter. It doesn't matter to you that there's a collision in the corner of Balintawak and EDSA if you're in Cebu. So it's important that the location services. So that's one area. The other one is healthcare, the emergency services.
If there's one thing that you could get rid of that is standing in the way of what you want to accomplish, what would that be? Rina.
Singularity.
Singularity. Explain.
Yes, because the problems are real-world problems. It is addressed not by one discipline, but by multiple disciplines. So for the education to work towards the future for 2030, I believe the structure should be that students are given real-world problems and are taught in different disciplines at the same time.
You teach at Ateneo, and you have a lab that you're putting together. How do we get Filipinos getting to that stage where the education gets them ready, gives them the technological knowledge they need to have?
You start from the K to 12, I think. No? In the same manner that the education system is being shifted towards disaster science, maybe part of the education can be towards proper use of social media. Things that are a reality to the youth should be embedded in the educational system. And I think it should really be applied.
I would say interoperability. What do I mean with that? Data interoperability. You know, information and putting information together, like putting budget numbers together with videos of roads and connecting them with people providing Twitter information background, requires you to put different layers of information together. And that's what we're really trying to do with a lot of these projects. Now, it is very difficult to kind of harness that type of knowledge or that type of real-time policy information when data sets come in hundreds of different formats. And you know, as I say to many people, is liberate the PDF. The PDF is not an interoperable data source. Twitter's, the kinds of information that Mario is talking, that is information with some work and creativity that we can make interoperable. Information like budget data, when we put it out there in structured formats and we give it unique IDs, you know, I use an acronym, I hope many of you at some point will learn the word UACS, Unified Account Code Structure, which is something that the government is just putting in place. That starts giving us interoperability and allowing us to put data together. So data interoperability is my vote.
Mario?
So for me, it's connectivity. It needs to be reliable, it needs to be cheaper. I worked in telecoms for 10 years, but still connectivity it will be disastrous if I have to move my delivery center to Silicon Valley. It'll be disastrous, and the primary reason would be not talent. It would be because of connectivity.
And Ramya?
I guess I come from a completely different background from my peers here. And I would have to say skepticism or resistance to change. I think very often we get too comfortable in the kind of solutions we develop. And we always say, kill your darlings, because I think that's key for making any innovation work or even trying new things. We hold on to our darlings and we're very resistant to change. You know, the way we work or even looking at what new opportunities there might be that we can bring into our work. So that's always the biggest challenge for us.
So a lot of these things now require the understanding of policymakers. We have after us Representative Lenny Robredo and Governor Joey Salceda talking about the global goals as well. But to talk to these, both of them have grassroots. They've come up from the ground and moved up. But if you could, what is a major legislative challenge you see that needs to be addressed?
Well, I think, again, coming from my perspective, which is we spend a lot of information. I think a lot about government and how open government can work. So I think one area is obviously beginning to institutionalize and clarify the types of information that government puts out. I think the open data discussions, what use and access rights you have to data. One area that we've been thinking a lot about is mapping information. I think it's an area that's critical in the area of disaster risk, but it's also critical when we start mapping roads, when we start mapping infrastructure, is what is the policies that government has to actually both publicize information in terms of mapping data. So clarifying those types of policies, I think, is a very important challenge. It's progressive, it takes time, and you can do it over time, but I think clarifying those policies. And the second one that I would add, particularly for incoming policymakers, you know, I was recently reading a study that the bank, we were looking at ICT, big ICT projects across the world, and of ICT, whether it's Obamacare or other, you know, are really truly successes.
Why did they fail?
I think they fail for a number of reasons. One is we put too much emphasis on the big technology solving the problem. I think that's a sort of build the system and everything will take care of it. I think skepticism and being able to understand there is resistance to introducing new IT systems. Technology does not change people's behavior. It is something that we can help leverage to change people's behavior. But if people, you know, I was thinking, for example, even on the judicial case management, if there are strong, ingrained practices that resist sharing information or putting it into the public domain, no IT system will solve that. And I would say to policymakers, when you're trying to roll out a major IT system, don't think that by rolling out the IT system you will fix the problem. Identify the problem, think carefully what change management you will have, and then think, how can technology be disruptive as well as providing new systems? So, you know, again, it's a lever, it's not the solution.
Maybe to add to that, in relation to health, if public data can be used to predict, to layer, but health data is very much private. And our Data Privacy Act needs more clarification.
Yes.
Because if we do need health data during disaster, it's not something that you can just turn on. There are layers and layers of permissions that need to be in place, even for electronic medical record providers. We do have a lot out there. Shine OS Plus is one of those. We offer it for free. And there's still a question of who owns the data when we actually collect the data when it comes to health. So I think if there's one policy that needs to be put in place for 2030 for sustainability, it has to be a clarification on the Data Privacy Act.
I'll add to that as well, because that has an impact on an internet company. Mario.
So using a technology catchphrase, it's open. Open can be translated as transparency, it can be inclusiveness or whatnot, interoperability, right? So the Filipino has a lot of discarding. They can do a lot of things with little. So if you put in roads, they will find a way. If you put in bridges, they'll find a way. If you put in schools, they'll find a way. If you put connectivity, they'll find a way. So I think fundamentally, the movement towards open innovation is the key to taking it forward, and a number one constraint.
I think in terms of legislative challenges, there are many, and my colleagues have picked on the best ones, I think. But what seems to work, and that's the business model we've been using now, is looking not just at immediate system level change or immediate national scalability, but really starting with the smaller prototypes, identifying the few champions in government or in the private sector who are willing to test these prototypes, and then let the prototypes influence the change in policy that you'd like to see. Rather than going for the change in policy directly, show them what can be, and then advocate for the change organically, through your champions, and that seems to work better than asking for a policy change.
Fantastic. And the last question I want to ask you is, we have Filipinos who are active on social media. We've done crowdsourcing. I guess if you're a Filipino today, what should you be looking at? What can you be looking at? And I'm going to nudge you a little bit, because we've got 2016 elections, which Ola has also mentioned. On both fronts, as a person, as somebody about to vote, what advice would you give?
Well, I'll come back sort of the area that I've been working on, I care also with you, which is, what I call it sort of bits in concrete, right? We care about leaders providing good infrastructure. We care about, what I said in my talk this morning, good roads should be good politics. So we should be looking to our leaders to sort of develop and provide infrastructure and others in a good way. And I think all of the things that we've been talking about today, the advocacy for information, the feedback, the pointing out both the positive, but also nudging your leaders to go in that direction through, I think, the kinds of engagements that you have, I think is really, really powerful. So you need to push to say, give us the purple data in your map. What do we expect from government? What do we look for from government first? Open data, the types of information. But then do your part. It's like two hands clapping. Government can do some. Fearless leaders, I think, can do some in government. But you need to bring that together and make it happen, and also make it scale. So that would be, I think, my plea to all of the people who are sitting in the room. I think a final one that I would also add is, just by virtue of us being here, we're a privileged group. We're a privileged group because we have, all of us, to some extent, have mobile phones that are, in many cases, well above somebody's monthly income. So we're all privileged. We're also privileged because we have access to information and discussion. Reach out to those that are beyond the digital divide. Figure out in your own way. For example, I've got asked an interesting question, what about those who don't have access to the internet? What good is all of this to them? There are a number of things that we can do to bridge that, and you talked about some of them, even that Facebook are doing and others to do that. But think about, what is your part that you can do to connect somebody to the internet, or to connect somebody to to that loop, even if they're not there. Because I think that's also, you can be bridges to those people. You can be bridges to the extreme poor. You can be bridges to those who don't have. So I would encourage all of you to think, how can you connect? But then how can you be bridges to those who are, who don't own the iPhone or the latest Samsung, whatever model it is?
Proceed with caution with social media. Think first before you tweet, because it can build us or destroy us.
Mine is infrastructure. Vote for the guy who would use that as a platform, because I think that exponential growth for us, when it takes almost a day to transport goods from one place to the other in the same island, that's just nuts. That's just crazy. When we cannot go west to east. I mean, when it takes us a whole day to cross practically a short distance to go from the west side of Luzon Island to the east side. So because that's where exponential, when we can transport our goods, and when we can move about the country, where we can then spread out and have a urban sprawl and not be concentrated only in Manila, where waste is, the whole ecosystem is a mess. We got to go for the guy that will bring infrastructure.
Not to sound cliched, but I have to borrow from Gandhi here, and I can say that it's really important to be the change you want to see. And I think, on the one side you have the digital divide, but on the other side, y'all are all Filipinos, but you don't necessarily, while you live here, your peer group is much larger than Philippines. And the opportunities that the digital world offers you is reaching out to your peers outside and looking at what ideas you can bring to bear in your work, so that you don't go to your leaders, but you wait for you make your leaders come to you, and you can be that catalytic force.
Hello, yay! Thank you. Please join. Can I borrow? Please let's give a hand to Ramya, Mario, Rina, and Kai. And to yourself, thank you. We're going to the last section, hashtag the leader I want. I give it back to Bani and Chai.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Thank you, panelists. So the next segment is going to focus on leadership and development. Now, let me try to take stock of where we are so far. It's been sort of a long day, but let me try to take stock of where we are. So we've gone through the UN Global Goals. We've looked at some great examples of how technology has the potential to change things for the good. There's still one critical piece we need to talk about, right? And that piece is leadership. What kind of leaders do we need to drive those changes where they are needed most? So today we have two speakers, and they both combine a national perspective with experience getting things done on a local level. Our first speaker is Representative Leni Robredo from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur. Among other things, she is the author of the Freedom of Information Bill, the Full Disclosure Bill. She's very active with a group called Saligan, an NGO focused on legal empowerment of the poor. And she leads various groups focused on women's empowerment. Leni's a lawyer, and she's also the wife of the late DILG Secretary and former Naga City Mayor, Jessie Robredo. Ladies and gentlemen, Leni Robredo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I was given only 20 minutes to encapsulate everything, so if you will allow me, I will just read through my speech. Anyway, I understand there is a Q&A later on, so if you have questions, you may raise them after this one. When Filipinos think of our homeland, and of what it can offer the world stage. Most of us think of beaches, mountains, and the riches that come from natural resources. But when foreigners think of the Philippines, they think of our people, the smiles, the talents of Filipinos, billions of successful overseas Filipino workers, staff factories, classrooms, hospitals, mines, kitchens, medical laboratories, and tech companies. If you think about it, our real resources are not metals or waterfalls or natural gas. Our real riches go up and down elevators and in and out of trains. They walk and run and sweat and sleep. Their potential is limitless. Every Filipino is awesome in that sense, and I'm sure you will agree with me. Imagine having such kind of talents in our own government, acting as stewards of people's money, of people's articulated dreams and goals, as stewards of the institution itself. What would happen if we put our nation's best global workers in our government? Can they inject a culture of excellence into our own offices? Or will the culture of mediocrity, long since practiced in our government's offices, eat them up? Sinasabi ko ito kasi most of the local officials, most of our government officials, when we start with government, we only have the best interest of the nation at heart. Pero somewhere along the way, nagkakamali yata. So ang tanong, magkakamali na naman ba sa mga susunod? It is time we break away from that culture of complacency and mediocrity. Comfort zones keep us from progressing. We must innovate. We must think out of the box. At times, solutions must come before protocols. We must let the Filipinos' innate talent come out, especially in government service. That is the kind of people power we now desperately need. And I say desperately because our precise end extreme poverty, fight inequality and justice, fix climate change. I love that everything we need for social good are distilled in these three goals. In the business of governance, we can all get lost in our KPRs and goals. By focusing on these three, as extreme as this may sound, it is easier to figure out how to use our highly limited resources and time to get the best results out of them. Masyado kayong bata. I don't know if you still remember EDSA. But EDSA in 1986 was a revolution that sparked a desire for change and reform. It was a new beginning for most of us. But beginnings must be followed by real and sustained change so that the sacrifices that led to them, the blood that was spilled, that led to those beginnings, can be considered well spent. My father was a lawyer and had been a long-time judge in our city. As far back as I can remember, it was the same path that I dreamt of taking. My life was all planned before. After graduating, I would go straight to law school and be a lawyer like my father. But I graduated in 1986, just after EDSA. And somehow, EDSA changed that. After joining the People Power Revolution, I went home for what was supposedly a short break after graduation. I learned that a government agency taking care of the Bicol River Basin was looking for economists. I graduated economics. And with a patriotic flair in my stomach, I applied and pushed law school in the back burner momentarily. My boss was to be Jesse, who would eventually become my husband. Hindi to love story, ah. Ano lang yun, segue. I have heard of how the organization was already changing because of him. However, he was unimpressed by my application because I carried with me a recommendation from his politician uncle. He told me quietly that that was no longer how things worked. Of course, I was mortified and told him that I was sorry it was a lapse in judgment and the mistaken understanding that the recommendation would help me get the job. But he left me biting my fingers for quite a time. I was called back to take the required examination and to write an essay of whatever topic I wanted. I wrote about the role of Cory Aquino in the EDSA revolution. I got the job, and the rest is history. But incidentally, my first day of work was August 18 of 1986. He died August 18, 2012, exactly 26 years later. Jesse and I were at exactly the same wavelength. He was already a fast-rising junior executive at San Miguel Corporation, and because of EDSA, gave up his job to find more meaning in what he was doing. He went home to Naga from Manila, wanting nothing more than to serve the country he loved. You could say our love story was born from the euphoria of EDSA, from a passion and desire to truly serve. We saw a country that was in the early stage of greatness, but was still very flawed and conflicted. Less than a year after I started working for the government, I got engaged to the boss and had to resign from work. Instead, I taught economics during the day in a local university and went to law school in the evenings. Caught by the patriotic fever then, Jesse also eventually resigned and ran for mayor of Naga at the age of 29. While my husband donned the mantle of the city mayor, I chose to stay away from the public eye while keeping the house for him and raising a family with him. When I eventually became a lawyer, I became a public attorney first, assisting indigent clients. Eventually, I joined an NGO where I was given the chance to quietly work, assisting peasants, fisherfolk, laborers, the urban poor, battered women, and the marginalized sectors in the Bicol region, with the hope of empowering them. I was and continue to be a fiercely private person. Through all this, I chose to be out of the limelight then. I kept a low profile in all my husband's 21 years as a public official. It was the life I chose. It was my decision, and I was happy with that decision. And I've said this before, and I will say it again. Many say to be an empowered woman of our society, we always have to stand up and be heard. That all must listen to our voice at every opportunity. Many say gender equality is all about being as strong as a man, as important and as celebrated. In my life at least, it meant knowing when to let go of the limelight and when to step up. It meant knowing when to keep quiet and when to speak. Being empowered meant understanding that not all kinds of strengths are visible and auditory. I was lucky that I was blessed with a husband who allowed me to understand my true value as a woman. So I was able to sit back with a secure knowledge that my husband valued my judgment because I valued mine, and that together we were working on the same goals. But never did I imagine then that someday I would be leading a fight against a well-entrenched political dynasty to become a public official myself. Never have I anticipated that one day, the torch my husband had been carrying will be passed on to me. But life is really all about facing the unexpected. Despite my early misgivings, I knew I cannot turn my back. I understood that I had to step forward because it was what was being demanded of me then. Looking back, I know I did the right thing. I realized that I had been handed the privilege of not only continuing the work my husband left behind, but also of being in a position to inspire, to influence, and make things happen. To be honest, until now, I am not sure if I was cut out to be a representative, much more a politician. In all the years that my husband was a mayor, I was never actively involved in his work and in his politics. But slowly I realized, in the many years of supporting Jesse up close, of getting a front row seat to watching his brand of leadership in action, of observing how he brought politics closer to the people, was all the training that I needed. And now I am trying to continue the legacy my husband left behind. I am running the last mile. He started in Naga, his campaign for transparency, accountability, and people participation. And he tried to sustain this fight when he was at the DILG. He understood that he was not just there to lead, but he was there to be an inspirational guide that was needed to encourage his constituents to take action. He always believed that good governance is the metric by which our leaders should always be measured. He always said that it is not enough for leaders to have integrity. They must also be excellent. It is not enough to have the intention to make reforms. They must also learn to set up systems and to institutionalize these reforms. It is not enough for a public official to be good. There has to be a system which will force him to be good. And that is how we work for social good. That is how we create a good ecosystem that will produce the leaders that will make this country proud. And I believe that my responsibility now is to ensure that that legacy is kept alive. My role is to push for bills that will create Naga cities across the country. My battle is to push for systems. We cannot just keep on decrying corruption and forever holding hearings. We need to prevent it. We can fight corruption through transparency and good governance. Would that the Lord see fit to allow these two values to be ingrained in the consciousness of our people. Then and only then can we be sure of our path to greatness. As in the days of my youth, so it is also in yours. Each man, woman, and child is needed to ensure a government that is truly by the people and for the people. There are fewer rallies now to join than during our younger years. But there are 100 other good governance advocacies and tasks to perform. There may not be a dictator who can make us fear for our lives and that of our loved ones. But there are still the dictators of complacency and corruption that we still need to push back. We always say that this country is in need of leaders that are matino and mahusay. But more than that, remember that our country is also desperately in need of people like you. Remember that we don't just need great Filipino workers to man our government offices. I remember Jesse once said, and I quote, "Our political history has shown that we have put the burden of running this country to our best people for too long. And yet the gap between the rich and the poor has grown wider. For this country to succeed, we must make heroes of the ordinary people. We must make heroes of ourselves. Close quote. The question is, do we have what it takes to be heroes? Do we have what it takes to be stalwart stewards and change makers in government? And I hope your answer is a resounding yes. In our role as stewards of government working for social good, it is important to set up systems and institutionalize reforms. If our existing systems are not working, let us break them down and create new ones. Let us always aim for excellence, strive to truly serve instead of just staying within our comfort zones. These are the only things that will make the sacrifices of EDSA worth the effort. I know that looking forward, the daily sacrifices, the daily dedication of people like you, real change makers in government that will put others first before yourselves, can be the culmination of our unfinished revolution. It is possible to change systems and to change people. It is possible not to get eaten up by the system, but creating a bureaucracy that makes real service easier rather than more complicated does not need a Jesse all the time, because we can all make heroes out of ourselves. We can continue the unfinished revolution. So why? What is the end game? Why must we care? Because, ladies and gentlemen, whether you admit it or not, our nation is at the cusp of greatness. Eyes around the world are on us today. Shall we trip on our expected progress again, the way we keep doing in the past? It is time that we keep forging on, making new paths if needed. We can do it. We can be the change needed. Some of you are probably already doing it. So keep on keeping on. Even if it seems nobody is watching. Even if it seems nobody is appreciating. Because the rewards will soon show that you are the extraordinary, ordinary hero that will bring this country into its real glory. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon pong muli sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much. I think there will be time for a few questions, and Manny will throw the first
Yes,
one.
since I have the mic, I get to ask the first question. Representative Robreda, you mentioned in your speech that sometimes life has a way of delivering the unexpected. So I'm going to ask you a naughty question, if I may. Is there any scenario under which you could see yourself carrying on the torch passed on to you by your husband in a vice presidential capacity to lead us into the greatness that you talked about? And if so, what would be the key priorities?
You know, that's a difficult answer to question, knowing that my children are following your live feeds. No, I have always been closed with regards to the vice presidency. I have said this again and again, that I don't think I'm prepared for something as big as this one. But you know, over the past few days, I was asked to at least just be open to the idea. I was telling everyone that if I will be cerebral about it, the answer is really no. But you know, if there is one lesson that I learned after the death of my husband, it is that we can never really plan too far ahead. There are so many things that happen for a reason. even things that we don't want to happen to ourselves. Mahi mahirap sagutin. But you know, I promise that I will be open about it. I don't have much time left to decide. Hindi ko alam kung maiintindihan ito ng lahat, but really, I have left everything to God's hands. I have prayed about it. I was telling myself I need to drown out all the voices around me to listen to my heart. Because I think that is where God will speak to me. I just asked my husband, what would you want me to do? Ang problema lang hanggang ngayon, hindi pa din ako sinasagot. It's difficult. It's difficult, especially if you know where I'm coming from. I think people who knew me from 2 years ago will understand why I'm the way I'm acting now. All this, even if my husband has been a public servant for so long, I have always been on the other side of the fence. I was just a supportive wife and was pursuing so many advocacies of my own. And being in front of all this is really scary as far as I'm concerned. My children are against it. But again, gaya ng sabi ko, pareho din nung pagkamatay nung asawa ko. You know, until now, 3 years after my husband died, yung tanong pa din namin mag-iina, bakit kailangan mangyari yung nangyari? Ngayon, yun din yung tanong namin. Sa dinabi-dami, bakit ako? Pero walang sagot eh.
Thank you for your candid response. Whatever you decide to do, and I think I probably speak for this whole room, I'm a believer.
Thank you.
I think by Wednesday, this is when the Liberal Party is having a convention or a meeting of some sort, and they will be making a declaration. So I guess before Wednesday, a decision will have to be made.
To be fair to the party, I guess so. Especially if the answer is no, I think they have to know as soon as possible. In fairness to them, I wasn't really given any deadline. I asked for time to think about it. But masyado ng fatalistic. I really leave everything to faith. Kung sa akin na lang kung ano yung nakatagda, yun naman yung mangyayari.
But as you said, life throws us a lot of unexpected things. So we just catch and we deal with what's given us. But anyway, let's give the audience a chance to ask a couple of questions. Anyone who wants to follow up or who wants to ask a totally different question, please come up to the microphone and introduce yourself. Right there.
Somebody over here, please.
So good day, Ms. Representative Rivera.
Good afternoon.
My question is...
Your name, please?
I'm Albert Achanza from LaSalle. Thank you. So my question is, you mentioned about the systems and changes, but as a person, sometimes people want to be part of the government so as to change it, so as to improve the lives of other people. But a person once said to me, a person, no matter how good they are, can be rotten once put in the system. So how do we know that we do not let the system change us? Or is it the time that we change the system?
I think it's a chicken and egg thing. For one, we have been, at least my husband and I, both have been advocating for people participation in governance. Meaning to say, if government opens itself to people participation, there is no need for people to be elected in order to be part of government. Because there is always space for you to involve yourself. Pero not to be very cynical about the entire thing. Gaya ng sinasabi ko kanina, so many of our public officials join government with only the very best of intentions. Pero umiiba once nandyan na. You know, when my husband, yun sinasabi ko general, But I think we have a few exceptions, my husband included. My husband was in government for 21 years. Pero mukhang hindi naman siya napasama. Hindi naman siya napasama. But you know, this is to give you an idea of the fact that it has not been easy to resist. Ang reality, pag pumasok ka, especially if it is an elective position, marami talagang temptations. And we're not just talking of temptations of money. Mas temptations ito of power and privileges. When my children were growing up, we always hear their dad telling us, mag-resist tayo. Let us resist enjoying perks and privileges. Kasi when we start enjoying them, baka magustuhan natin. At pag nagustuhan natin, baka hanap-hanapin. And I guess it goes for anyone. Wala namang paragon of virtue, di ba? Kahit ako. I am as broken, I am as, di ba? I am as vulnerable as anyone else. Kaya sa amin lang, we were very aware of our own vulnerabilities, our own limitations. Parating pinagdadasal na araw-araw, pinagdadasal na bigyan ng lakas, na ma-resist yung temptations. Kasi ano talaga siya binibigay sa'yo kahit hindi mo hinihingi. Hindi ka pipila sa mga dapat pilahan, meron kang special attention galing sa kung kanino. Mahirap siyang i-resist because all this make our life easy. Pero nakita kasi namin sa example ng asawa ko that he really exerted effort to be as ordinary as anyone else. And I think it is what gives heart to public service. Madaling sabihin na matino, madaling sabihin na mahusay, pero yung puso, yun yung nagsusustain sa iyo eh. And yung puso, I think, you give a lot of effort to develop that within you. Paano nakukuha yung puso? Even when my husband was already secretary of the DILG, nagko-commute pa uwi, nagbubus, pumipila gaya ng kung kanino. Hanggang ngayon, nakatira kami sa apartment. Yung ganon. Pero bakit ko sinasabi na yun yung nagbibigay ng puso? Sinasabi ko yun yung nagbibigay ng puso kasi pag nararamdaman mo yung hirap ng nararamdaman ng ordinaryo, iba yung pag-treat mo, iba yung klaseng serbisyong binibigay mo kasi ramdam mo. Iba yung binibigay sa'yo sa papel yung problema. Iba din yung ikaw mismo yung dumadaan doon. I think this is what is sorely lacking in our public officials now. Yung effort to make yourselves as ordinary as anyone else. Kaya, yun yung nagbibigay ng lalim. Yung nagbibigay ng lalim sa klase ng serbisyong ibinibigay.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss.
Maybe there's time for one more question very quickly.
Hello, I'm Reggie Yamada Burakit of De La Salle University. Mr. Bedo, you talk about the 1986, which is 30 years next year. So what do you vision the Philippines 30 years after 2016? Thank you.
Ako I think yung makaka-relate sa akin yung medyo kaedad ko. Diba? Kasi the young people now only get to read about it. But you know, before 1986, everything was different. We were all afraid to speak. Hindi ko alam kung na-discover na sana nun yung social media, kung we will be as free as now. So, people from my generation understand kung ano yung ipinaglaban ng mga nauna sa atin just to get us to where we are now. And it is that appreciation of the sacrifices that people made in the past that makes us want to fight on. Marami pang, kaya sinasabing unfinished revolution kasi admittedly, we were able to get back many of the freedoms, diba? Many of the freedoms that we were fighting for. Pero freedom for freedom's sake is not enough, diba? Freedom should be translated to better lives for our people. Freedom should be translated to enough food on our table. Freedom should be translated in terms na, kasi pag pinag-usapan yung freedom, parang luxury yun ng mga nakaka-afford eh. Pero paano natin, palagi ko yung challenge now is, paano natin matatranslate yung freedom dun sa mas hikahos kesa sa atin? Paano natin mapapaintindi? Paano natin mapapaintindi na yung pinaglalaban ng mga natin na nandito ngayon, araw, ay kailangan matranslate yon sa mas magaan na buhay para sa iba. Kasi yung freedom is all about having choices, di ba? And you know, for a large percentage of our generation, hindi kasing swerte natin na tayo may choices. Paano ba ako pupunta sa Resorts World? Mag-Uber ba ako? Mag-Grab taxi? O dadala ng sasakyan? Yung iba walang ganyan na choice eh. Di ba? Parang sa akin yung challenge ng generation na ito, maitawid. Maitawid na yung gains nung 1986, matranslate into terms na more understandable and mas ma-appreciate ng mga kapatid natin na mas kulang yung privileges kesa sa atin.
Thank you po.
Thank you very much. Let's give Representative Lenny Robredo a big hand of applause, big round of applause. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, we move on. Speaking about leadership, we would like to welcome another leader, also this time from Albay, the Honorable Joey Salceda, who has been governor for 8 years. This is his last term. Please tell us what you will be doing afterwards.
Una-una, sabihin ko kagad sa inyo na kung tatakbo si Lenny versus Cheese, kay Lenny ako. Pero hindi yun na yung pinunta ko. Nilayasan kasi ako ni Lenny eh. Can we start? I don't know how it's to start. Well, the title is, ayaw lumabas. Well, essentially, it's transcending climate change and social injustice towards empowering, inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and a paradigm shift, but I will focus on local solutions from MDGs to SDG. I'll try to bring you back to the ground. First, let me immediately embarrass you. This is your country. In terms of GDP per capita, you're number 127 in the whole world. I don't know whether it's shocking you or not. It should shock you. You have 107 million people, and you're consigning them to number 127. And in fact, but in fairness naman, yung ating GHG emission, we're number 159. Pero bakit yan? Kasi ang Pilipinas naman, masyadong nagmamagaling. Kalahati kagad ng ating energy ay non-carbon. Kaya ang baba po ng carbon natin. Pero balikan natin, balik. Paano ba to? Paano ba ako babalik? There. See? Wala halos tayong binuga, pero we're number 2 in terms of damages of climate change. And I'm talking about the empirical evidence of the total disaster damages of climate change as percentage of GDP. It's 0.52% of GDP. That is the number. Okay. Ang Pilipinas, hindi kailangan ng foreign direct investments. We have 3 trillion of investments there. As you can see, your gross domestic savings is much higher than your gross domestic investments. If you say we need foreign investors simply because you need access to market, brand franchise, and technology. And that is why with so much savings, tumaas ang physics, bumagsak ang TB rate, at napakadaming investment scam. Sobrang dami ng pera. At kasama dito ang OFW, which submits about $28 billion. Pag makikita mo kasi ang investments to GDP, hanapin mo ang Pilipinas, laging nasa dulo, alam mo na kaagad, yung pula. Pagdating sa FDI flows, nandun din. Ano kinaibahan ng dalawa? Yung isa, total investments. This includes gross domestic investments. This one is 6. This is essentially ASEAN 6, yung mga kaparehas natin. So, kailangan pa bang isipin na yung poor and near poor tumaas lalo over the past kahit pero dumami po yung mahihirap. So, may kulang. So, pag tiningnan mo, essentially, ang Pilipinas, simple ang kwento, 2.8 million out, 2.6 million in. 2.6 million out, ang nawawala sa poverty line, yung bumaba na. Tapos 2.8 million back. And bakit sila bumabalik? That's climate change and social injustice. Ayoko na nga nito kasi baka mapagalitan ako. Pero kung gusto nyo lang bilangin nyo po, pag dinivide nyo po yan, ang labor force, ang total labor generated over the past 5 years is only 604,000. Compare mo po diyan kay Gloria na 700, kay Ma'am Gloria na, wag naman, ayoko kasi yung gamitin sana to, 784,000. Pero what gives? So, ito ang Pilipinas. 64% of your entire GDP is where you are right now. And if you want to map it, there, GDP per square meters. Outside Metro Manila, there's nothing. So you're still thinking why 74% of poverty is rural? No need to imagine it. Merong konti doon sa Cebu, Iloilo, Jensan, at saka Cagayan de Oro. At may konti din doon between Naga and Legazpi. The rest of the country is a desert as far as GDP is concerned. Anyway, so, in that kind of, ito po yung ating, pinapakita ko lang sa iyo how you voted for the past 4 presidential elections. Yung kay Pinoy sana is a very good, kasi for the first time, majoritarian president sana. Kasi if you look at, for example, Ramos, ang differential, ang bumoto lang kay Ramos, 23%. Kay Estrada, 39%. Kay Arroyo, 39%. Pero kay Aquino, 42%. Ang ninipis kasi ang daming kandidato. Babalik na naman po tayo niyan, I'm sure, ngayon pong palapit na eleksyon. So, yung pag-upo pa lang ng presidente, katulad katinbawa ni Ramos, pag-upo pa lang niya, 77% ng tao ayaw sa kanya. Eh di ilang buwan ang kailangan mo para mabuo mo yung dominant coalition mo. Pero anyway, punta tayo sa Albay. May papakita sana ako sa inyo mga ilan. 1. Alam mo, this essentially, ito po ang ng Albay. Kasi ang DRR, we use technology for DRR as well as for tourism. Actually, if there's one thing that can be the symbol of Albay, this is it. Except that they are bought by smart. We use digital information to reduce casualties and also to promote tourism. Kasi hindi naman makakakain ng tao kung walang turista. At hindi naman pupunta ang turista just because may zero casualty ka. Pero alam mo, noong 2006, ayan po, Durian. Yan po, si Riming. 46% ng GDP ko was decimated. But look what happened to Albay 8 years after that. 8 years after Riming, our national achievement test has leapt from number 177 to number 19 in 2012. Number 2, well, this is from UNICEF Feeds. We have 98 participation rate and dropout rate of 1/3 of 1% and virtually shaming Metro Manila. The number of college graduates of Albay went up. Alam mo po, nung pag-upo ko, 34,000 lang yung college graduate, enough for teachers, enough for the mga bangko. Yung buong gobyerno, puro elementary, high school graduate sa mga barangay. Sabi ko, hindi po pwede yan. Kung gusto natin na umunlad, pati barangay captain dapat college graduate. Kaya, pinaaral ko po, the province borrowed money from Land Bank just to get 77,000 people to graduate additional from college. And of course, we increased health insurance from 18,000 to 173,000, and the province paid for it. And of course, we achieve our health MDGs, and if you look at the MDGs, that's why we're looking forward to SDGs. Our provincial government has already approved an ordinance adopting the 17 SDGs as essentially the guidance for development of Albay. But if you look at these, halos lahat ng MDG na achieve namin, except for one, yung nakapula, number 7, access to sanitary toilets, kasi at least mayaman yung aming pong mga ilog. Yung infant mortality namin, I'll just show you two. We have been able to achieve our infant mortality rate. Our maternal mortality rate it can shame Metro Manila till kingdom come. Out of 26,872 births last year, only 9 women died. So shameful for Metro Manila. Anyway, point well taken. But what did we do? When I became governor 2006, only 14% were facilities-based delivery. Last year, we're 90% facilities-based delivery. When I started, only 43% had skilled personnel, the rest were hilot. Now we're 90% skilled personnel, and we invested from our health, our education from 1% of total budget to 24%, and our budget for health from only 12% to 34%. I will not talk about population, baka may mga pari dito. Pero sinasabi ko dito, hindi pa uso kung RH noon. Pero yung aming pong population, we were able to keep. We just taught our women, simple. It is right to fall in love without getting pregnant. And despite typhoons and weather systems, our rice production increased from 147,000 to 188,000. Alam niyo po, binabagyo kami lagi, pero tingnan mo, hindi sagabal ang climate change. Climate change is a given. It's what you do about this given that will essentially change the complexion in the direction and the condition of the human welfare. Walang iba. Of course, we had zero casualty in 19 of 21 years. 300 bagyo dumaan sa Albay. Pero 2 taon lang may namatay sa amin. Kaya natin yan. And of course, wag na to, mga bola na to. We're the best province according to DILG from 2010 to 2013. Gusto niyo basahin? Okay lang kasi para mabola ko naman yung mga tao ko. The record of Albay lies in the consistency and cohesion of good governance, socially desirable and desirably ambitious goal for human development. Innovations in program and projects both in social and economic dimensions of development, productivity in resource utilization and allocation, and verifiable milestones in achievement of goals, especially early achievement of MDGs, participatory planning and execution, sets Albay apart from all LGUs under this administration and in recent history. Tawag doon yabang. And of course, we had already Galing Pook Awards. First for our APSIMO, disaster management, then for our early achievement of MDGs, then for our Team Albay humanitarian assistance. Pabebe yan para mahalata tayo. Sayang naka 22 million yung ALDAB Wag na, ayoko magsalita kasi akala baka yung iba sa inyo kapamilya kaya pero this is our disaster management awards. Now let's go to Albay green economy. This is a very important subject matter to me because it essentially is what the Philippines should aim for. A green economy is one that nurtures a low emission pathway, inclusive, empowering, resilient. Ano ba yung meaning ng low emission? Hindi tayo masyadong nagbubuga. Inclusive, ibig sabihin lahat kasama. Empowering, ano kung kasama ka pero hindi ka naman binibigyan ng chance na ma-achieve mo yung mga pangarap ng anak mo. Resilient, dahil napapaikutan tayo ng peligro. Sustainable, dapat maitira ka sa mga susunod na tao na henerasyon dito sa Pilipinas. Yan po ang meaning ng goal na yan. Point number 1, we increased our forest cover by 88% over the past 7 years. It can be done. We increased our mangroves from 700 hectares to 2,400 hectares. So these investments, tingnan niyo po ang epekto nito sa amin. And of course, we contributed 300 megawatts of the geothermal, 150 in Tiwi, 150 in Bachman. And we only consume 76 megawatts out of the 300. Pero tingnan niyo po ang ginawa niyan. Tumaas po ang aming tourism from only 8,700, from 133 to almost 1 million. Bakit? Kita mo yan, po, may El Nino. Yan po, gawa po yan dahil ang daming kahoy sa Albay, kaya mayaman ang aquifers, kaya dumami din ang turista. I think you should put whole of environment and whole of it. Total, yun din naman sinabi ni Santo Papa. Dati hindi kami pwede mag-water tubing sa Albay. Pero ngayon pwede na. And of course, dahil po dun sa mga mangroves, may food fish, kaya we have 150 dolphins roaming around for the past 8 months. And even the whale sharks are going to ours. And we have 4 major watersheds being managed quite actively with major partners. And of course, Albay Biosphere has already been nominated by UNESCO National Office as a World Heritage Site. Yung buong Albay, we are nominating it. Yan po yung biosphere na sinusubmit po namin. And of course, I had an office. So what is, wag na itong Philippine chat, wag, nakakaya naman to. Ewan ko kayo, share ko sa inyo to. Ito po, gusto ko lang malaman nyo kasi pag bumoboto kayo sa isa, bakit ginawa ko to? Laging tinatanong. Ginawa ko to dahil po sa tinuro sa akin ng mga Jesuita sa Ateneo. Unang-una, man for others. Ang ibig sabihin sa akin in terms of political philosophy, constant kindness. In my entire political life, I did not say anything negative about anyone. I haven't done anything there. In other words, I am always able to see something positive in everything that I deal with. Number 2, and this is the most important thing that you can probably get from these rules, categorical imperative. You do to one, you do to all. If you cannot do to all, don't do at all. Simple. If college is good for one, then let everybody go to college unless they don't want. If it's good that everyone has a health insurance, then everybody must have a health insurance. So anyway, I think I have basically done my part here. So I would like to thank you very much for giving me this chance once again to share with you. May pag-asa po ang Pilipinas. So maniwala kayo sa hindi. Ang problema kasi nyo, tingin kayo ng tingin sa taas. Tumingin kayo sa baba. Marami po sa amin, araw-araw ginagawa namin ang pinakamagagawa namin para ma-achieve ang mga pangarap, para mabigyan ng patas na pagkakataon ang lahat ng tao. Kaya po sa inyong lahat, marami pong salamat kahit kalahati umuwi na. Wala man siguro sa akin magtatanong, kaya thank you very much na rin. Do I go?
Thank you very much, Governor Salcedo. I think we have time for a few questions, maybe 3.
Oh, meron.
Hello. Okay, so hi, sir. Good afternoon. I am Mark, a development communications student from Visayas State University in Viscabay City, Leyte. So I would just like to ask you this question. With your great experience in governance, why are you not running for president? You and Lenny could have been a great team to lead Philippines.
Tanong din sa akin yan, di ano eh. We should be... Kailangan po alalayan, the Philippines is a very young nation. Kailangan po alalayan natin. Wala po tayong party system. Kung may party system po, may pagkakataon yung mga katulad ni Lenny, bakit vice president lang? Di sana nagpresidente na siya. Kasi alam mo po dito sa Pilipinas, hindi lang po kailangan ang technocratic savvy, lalong-lalo na experience sa baba. Ang kailangan mo po makita ka, na sincero ka at you care for them. You know, mandates are not created. Mandates are freely given as a love of a people. In other words, you become president if you fight for president because you think people love you. So I don't think they love me.
Pero sa tingin niyo po, sa rami ng pagbabagong nagawa niyo sa lugar niyo, why can't you not do this to the Philippines?
Alam mo, ang ano ko lang dyan, Albay, hindi ko naman sinasabi ng Albay the best. Ang Albay po, ang sinasabi, it can be done. The entire presentation is that one, green economy is not only a must, but it can be done. That a resilient economy is not only a must, it can be done. That transcending climate change is not only possible, it must be done. In other words, it can be done. So, alam mo, nahihirapan talaga ako sumagot sa inyo kasi deep in my heart, para kang angel, you're whispering sweet nothings to my ears, no?
Okay.
Pero alam mo, lahat naman kami mga politiko, hinihintay namin yung pagkakataon na yan, na may magsasabi sa akin habang bigla akong gigising pagka umaga, oras mo na. Araw-araw po gumigising ako, walang ganun na nagsasalita sa akin. Kaya pagpasensya mo na muna. Alam mo, pangalawa, kinakatakutan ko, ma-push mo ako sa principle ko kung saan hindi na ako magaling. Kung yung aking pong naipon, nakaalaman sa pakikipagkapwa-tao ay hindi na siguro sapat upang ma-immobilize ang buong bayan natin patungo po sa ating pong, ang tawag ko dyan, ang pangaturugan kan sa tuya pong mga kaakian, importante po na ini matawanta ning patas na tsansa, tangani ang bilog na Pilipinas, mas magkaigwapo ning more social, nabibalik na daw, Bicol pala yung sinasabi ko. Thank you for asking that, but I'm not flattered because I think you're just trying to test my mukhang tinitisod mo ako, baka matumba ko yan.
Hindi naman. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat din po.
Okay, there's one more.
Hello, sir. My name is Prince. I also study development communication, and I'm also from the Visayas State University. Now, sir, in your capacity as a public servant, has there ever come a time that you've had to sacrifice your beliefs and principles? And if there was, how did you deal with it?
Huwag kang magagalit, wala. Kasi naniniwala ako na dapat parallel. Unang-una, dapat ang isang leader, dapat educated, enlightened. So, ibig sabihin ng enlightened, alam mo na ikaw ay isang elected na tao. Kaya, dahil nagpa-elect ka, hindi ka naman binunot galing sa kusina para lang gawing governor ng Albay. Ginusto ko yun eh. Dahil ginusto ko, gagawin kong lahat. So, wala po akong mga moral dilemma. Kaya nung tiningnan ko po kung anong sitwasyon at anong gagawin, eto, binilang ko, eto, kung ano pang kulang. Kulang sa edukasyon, kulang sa kalusugan, kulang sa agrikultura, sa food security, kulang sa aming pong biodiversity, kaya ginawan ko po lahat. In short, I think, at the end of the day, I will repeat it. Siguro ang ating mga academic institutions, whether UP, Ateneo, LaSalle, or even, and UST, walang even pati UP Visayas. Alam mo, nagkukulang kayo sa pagpalaki ng mga leader, ng mga enlightened ruling elite. Ang ibig kong sabihin, dapat hindi po nagiging problema kung ano ang interest mo, kung ano ang paningin mo sa sarili mo. Dapat yung beltansyong mo, yung pananaw mo sa buhay, ay dapat yung pananaw na dahil ikaw ay isang elected na tao at may mandato na maglingkod sa iyong taong bayan. And therefore, hindi dapat problema. Kaya sinisisi ko ang Ateneo kung ba't ako nagkaganito.
Sir,
yes,
so you are saying that even in politics, it is possible to be entirely sincere?
Naman. Oo naman. Alam mo sa amin, kahit alam mo politika alam mo kung if you can transform politics as a force for good. 77,000 na tao ang napatapos ko ng college. 183,000 na pamilya nabigyan ko ng health coverage. Alos lahat ng albay ang kanyang national achievement test from number 177 naging number 19. Siguro naman po may kabutihan akong nagawa. Kaya sinasabi ko, kung sinseridad, pwede siguro yan pag-usapan. Pero yung numero at kung ano ang nasa puso ng tao, kung ano ang kanyang pong pangarap para sa kanyang anak, para sa mga susunod na henerasyon, yan po ay hindi pwedeng i-negotiate. Yan po ay klaro. Dahil po yan, nandyan ang science. Nandyan ang science. Nandyan po, in everything I did, alam mo, linan lang ko sa iyo yun. Di sana binor kita ng climate science. Yung pong lahat na ginawa namin, guided po yun ng mga climate forecast. So ang ibig kong sabihin, yung sincerity, I think at the end of the day, should be forged on the fulcrum, on the anvil of the empirical. And the empirical is obvious. There is science, science-based, evidence-based form of governance. I think it is. Pero kaya sinabi ko sa'yo, hindi ako pwede magpresidente kasi baka hindi mo naman kaya ikaw na mismo sabi sa akin na hindi ako sincero, kaya hindi nga ako pwede magpresidente. Nagmamakaawa na po.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Salceda.
Wala akong ano?
Wala pong plaque.
Alam mo, yun lang na iniuwi ko sa bahay, plaque. Wala pa pala.
Alam mo namin marami
Si Chay
na
po,
kayong
kabatchmate ko po sa Ateneo. Kaya, anyway, maraming salamat po. At salamat po at kayo po ay nagtitiwala sa isang mas mabuting Pilipinas.
Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Governor Salceda. Okay, so we come to the last segment. And if I were to try to distill the last 5 hours into an equation, the equation would read like this. It would read, innovation plus leadership equals social good. So the question is, how can we make sure we get the right leaders? And of course, to do that, all of us have to exercise our civic duty, which means we need to vote. You remember that commercial from the UN with those kids, right? They said, the future is in your hands. Don't drop it, right? So we all need to vote. And to vote, we all need to register, right? So, Chay, have you registered? Ever?
Of course. But because I failed to vote in the last 2 elections, I'm no longer on the list.
Okay, well.
But I have until October 31 to register. Are you registered?
I am registered, yes, completely. But I'll have to tell you, you are lucky because we are about to launch an app, a new app that is going to help people register and vote, right? This is an app that was done with 2 partners. It was done with Comelec, and Andy Bautista will be getting up on stage in a while, but it was done with Comelec and with our data partner, Radius Telecom. right? And the name of this app, remember the name, PH Vote Challenge. Again, one word, PH Vote Challenge.
We'd like to call on stage Maria and Chairman Andy Bautista of the Commission on Elections. Rupert Ambil is the Executive Director of Move.ph. I think you will do a demo, Rupert. So let's watch and let's see.
Did you want to say something?
So I think part of it is I'm supposed to show you what you're supposed to do. I'm the guinea pig of my team, you know this, right? That's why you keep seeing me here. We're working with Chairman Bautista to make sure that we all register to vote. Because the more of us who register to vote, the better the elections will be, right? And imagine what you're going to do with social media. So I went to register to vote, and I actually want to make sure you register to vote. I can't personally follow you to your houses, but maybe the app can. So let me show you how quickly the process is. First of all, how many people here have registered to vote? All right. Wow, you guys are great. Okay, now you're going to do one more thing, which is to actually challenge your family and friends, right? We'll show you. So can you, oh, sorry, no more of the video.
I-activate ito, magpapare-activate kayo ngayon.
Okay, I was deactivated. I was deactivated. So the whole thing was so fast. So fast, right? For many. I wanted it to roll. The challenge is coming up. It took less than 30 minutes to get my thumbprints. You've got to register to vote. We're at a satellite office of Comelec. You can do it. Weekends, go. If you care about your family, if you care about your country, jump in because these elections will matter. I challenge you. Join the PH Vote Challenge. So I challenge you, and I want Dominic, I think, to show, okay, you're there. So he's going to show you. This is an app. Go, Doms. You want to talk it through, or you want me to? I will describe it. Or you? Do you have a mic? Okay, This is one of the guys who built this. So you have this 20-something. He didn't start in tech. Oh, well, maybe he's not taking the mic. Okay.
Can you please show it on the screen?
You want me to? So all you have to do is go to PH Vote Challenge.
Can you show it on the screen? So hi everyone. All you need to do is go to phvote.rappler.com and you will see this page. What this app aims to do is to show you how to register to vote if you haven't already. And if you have, well, challenge everyone else who isn't registered to vote. So I'm going to quickly log in through Facebook.
Did you guys do the ice bucket challenge?
Yeah. Can you show my screen?
Yes. If you did the ice bucket challenge, just like if you tweeted Aldub, you should do the PH Vote challenge. It's the next step, right? So all you have to do is, once you get to that, and you've registered, which I have, click in, and then it automatically pushes you to several things. It's one of 3 things. Go ahead. So he's registering now.
So I logged in via Facebook, and I'm filling in my details because you need your email address, your birthday, and your province, so that we can cross-check you with the Comelec API, so we can tell you if you're registered to vote or not. As it happens, I voted in the previous election, and there's no problem with my registration, so I'm all set.
I can vote in May 2016. So registering is just the first step. Yeah. So registering is just the first step because you also need to be informed about who the people running for office are. And of course, you also have to challenge your friends, your family, everyone on social media to register to vote. And connecting our product, Rappler X, there are issues that you care about and issues that matter to your province. So there are 3 additional steps so that you can read more on Rappler, challenge your friends, and write on X. So everyone, please try it out. Log into phvote.rappler.com and give the app a try.
Challenge, Doms. I am going to give the mic to
So we would like now, thank you, Maria. We'd like to introduce now COMELEC Chair Andy Bautista. He will talk to us about elections and why voter participation is important. Let's give him a hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I didn't know that this was going to be this big. Pardon for my attire. I just came from a wedding, and I have to go back for the reception after this. I'd like to thank Rappler for helping out the COMELEC in our efforts to get people to register and to vote. I think it's a very important undertaking that each and every Filipino citizen should take heart and make sure that they do that undertaking because it really strengthens our democracy. I started working at the COMELEC last May, which is 1 year before the 2016 elections. To be honest, it has not been easy. In the last 4 months, which feels like 4 years, the Commission has been confronted with complex challenges, many of which we did not bring upon ourselves. But such is life. We take the good and the not so good and play the cards that are dealt to us as best as we can. I have been asked to share with you today what I think is at stake in the 2016 elections. Credible elections are fundamental to the ethos of democracy and are premised on the sanctity of the ballot, that our votes are properly counted as we had cast them. Yours is the responsibility to ensure that you are making an informed decision on election day. Ours at COMELEC is the duty to make sure that your voice will be heard and your vote is properly counted. We have been reaching out. If a democracy is a government for the people, by the people, and of the people, then we need to meet the people where they are. Elections are at the heart of people empowerment, and we have taken our people to heart. We are exerting every effort to get more people to exercise their right to suffrage, and we hope that people will get the message. These past 4 months, we have been engaging our stakeholders in fora such as this one, understanding and learning to test the limits of our own knowledge in order to breach them and find better ways of making our elections more efficient and credible, and the experience of voters more convenient and comfortable. Hence, we actively pursued setting up mall satellite registration centers to ensure maximum enfranchisement in 2016. We are thankful to our mall partners, including Mega World, who offered their facilities for free. We are now working with them to define the details of the proposed mall voting. We are also meeting with members of the media, Rappler included, for the 2016 presidential and vice presidential debates. We want to create and institutionalized venues that can improve the candidate-voter interaction and deepen public discourse on present-day issues. This will be our contribution to ushering our nation towards program and policy-based politics. Today, we are called to safeguard the electoral process, the very foundation of our democracy, to honor the historical narrative of those who came before us and build a better future for our posterity. To borrow the words of General Antonio Luna, kung para sa bayan, kailangan nating tumalon sa kawalan. Negosyo o kalayaan, bayan o sarili. These provoking thoughts still resonate today. Indeed, we need to be reminded of the sacrifices that our heroes were forced to make. We celebrate their legacy and defend their victories when we pursue credible elections. Just as much as the generations before us were the revolutionaries and the reformists, we have to take up the cudgels of our time. Let this be our moment of glorious resolve, for after all is said and done, our politics and government are what we make them. What will be at stake next year is our future. An election is the fundamental accountability tool of any democracy. On election day, everyone gets to have a say. To paraphrase Kofi Annan, when we go to the polls to cast our votes, we aspire not only to elect our leaders, but to choose a direction for our nation. As we pursue our individual dreams, we also shape our aspirations as one nation and as one people in the hope that we are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions. People seem to think that election management is an exclusive government function. But the progress that the COMELEC has made in our public-private endeavors in the last couple of months show that the private sector can evolve from being a mere spectator to being an active partner for credible elections. There are many ways we can translate our stake in elections into concrete investments in our democracy. Whether you are an individual or a group conducting voters' education, enterprises sharing resources to make election processes more comfortable and convenient, or watchdogs preparing for election monitoring, please know that your commission is grateful for all the help that we have been and will be getting. I am certain that together we can create new paradigms that help promote credibility in our electoral process previously unimaginable. Let me end by paraphrasing A.L. Williams. All you can do is all you can do. Hopefully, all we can do is enough. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bautista, for working with us on this very important initiative. Before you leave, I want to actually throw down a challenge. I want to see who between the two of us can get more friends to register to vote, okay?
All right.
I'm going to use big data to track it.
Oh, sige. I'll take you up on your challenge, Mr. Ayala, who, by the way, was a schoolmate, but you could see that he is much better preserved than I am.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Wala bang plaque?
I know you have a very extensive plaque record, but unfortunately today, no plaque.
Thank you again to Rappler. And as
Thank
I
you.
said, please, kung gusto ko, siguro pagkakataon itong maimbita yung mga hindi pa nga nakapag-register, meron po kayong hanggang October 31, 2015. Ito'y para sa mga gustong mag-register bilang bagong botante or kaya mag-validate ng mga biometrics. So pwede kayong tumungo sa aming mga COMELEC offices or kaya naman meron po kaming pag-uugnayan sa iba't ibang malls sa buong bansa. Usually this is a weekend endeavor of the malls and that para makita yung inyong status, you can go to our website, comelec.gov.ph, Precinct Finder, although with this new app, hopefully, again, it will be easier. Again, thank you very much, Rappler.
Thank
for
you
this
very much.
opportunity.
Thank you very much. And with that, we conclude our plenary session. And to provide the closing remarks, I'd like to call up on stage our very own managing editor, Glenda Gloria.
Hello, good evening. On behalf of Rappler and our partners from various sectors, thank you very much for joining the Manila leg of the 2015 Social Good Summit with the theme Innovation plus Social Good, the leader we want. Recently, world leaders gathered at the UN headquarters in New York and adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we took part in a global conversation that tackled ways to achieve these goals, whether that's enabling small entrepreneurs to stand on their own, or connecting the country's more than 2,000 courts to make justice more accessible to the majority, or empowering communities devastated by disasters, or choosing competent and accountable leaders who put public interest above their own. We all know from the work that we do that social good is not just a global conversation. It is something that we already do in our own sectors. The challenge now is to do more through innovation and to reach out to other communities through technology. Rappler is committed not only to take on the challenge, but also to continue to promote good journalism, use technology, and build more communities. Again, we take this opportunity to thank all of you for doing your share. But please do stay for the final part of our program, which is the MOVE Awards. But before we go to that actual program, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the indie singer and writer, Reese Lansangan. Thank you.
I'm Reese Lansangan. We're just waiting for my setup, but I hope that you do stick around. And I'm so happy to be here. Very, very pressured, but thank you for being so lovely. I hope that you stay put. And I'm gonna sing original songs for you and one cover. I hope that you enjoy it. Ay, okay lang po. Kasi I'll use this later for vocals. I'll use this later for vocals. Pero kailangan ko na yung dalawang naka-house na PA. Dito po yung nakabit. Pero nakakabit po yan dito, so kailangan dun ng... Paano po ba? Paano yung idea nila? Bakit wala na? Kaya hindi ko talaga magawa kasi nakakabit siya dito. Ayun. Nandito pa. Pwede mo na mag-out. Hello. Good afternoon again, everyone. I'm Reese Lansangan. Reese, like the chocolate, Lansangan, like the streets. I hope you're still okay there. I'm going to be performing 3 songs for you, so I hope that you do stick around. My first song is called Grammar Nazi, and it's about the English language, and it's for anyone who has ever cared too much about misspelled words or incorrect grammar. I hope you enjoy this one. See, I like a boy, cute and nice and tall. But there's one problem, guess what? He couldn't spell right at all. And I know that's not the end of it all, yeah. But it really kinda blows. Poor guy doesn't even like books, I know. And sometimes it shows. My mama told me it's unwise to like a boy who's just nice, who couldn't put apostrophe S's on his possessives. And don't look at me when I look at you. Whenever you say stuffs, 'cause that's my cue. Ooh, ooh, I'm not a Nazi. I just care about good grammar. Hey, paparazzi, okay. I just said that 'cause it rhymed. But don't you forget your grammar crime on me. You type loose with 1 O. If you're losing your mind, 2 O's for describing bowel movements of any kind. You see, you're and you are there too. They're 2 different things, baby. It's your problem, you're confused, but I'ma help you out with the words you use, yeah. My mama told me it's unwise to like a boy who's just nice, who couldn't put apostrophe S's on his possessives. And don't look at me when I look at you. Whenever you say stuffs, 'cause that's my cue. Ooh, ooh, I'm not a Nazi. I just care about good grammar. Thank you. Hey, paparazzi, okay. I just said that 'cause it rhymed. But don't you dare commit a grammar crime on me. I suggest you brush up on your subject-verb agreement. If we keep this up, it's gonna be a commitment. You never say dogs barks, you just say bark. Pay a bit of attention, we're gonna take it to the park. Double negatives and all its relatives don't sound no good if it ain't in a rap song. I'm gonna break it down for you. I hate it when you say furnitures, when you mean pieces of furniture. Let the plural be pluralized. The English language doesn't deserve to be compromised. It's too direct, 2 for too much. 2 is a number, learn it else. I'll be holding a grudge. There's 2 baby cubs and their mama lion, and they're together, it's clear as day. If you're debating if I was versus if I were, I say, who would you believe more, Bieber or Beyonce? 'Cause Bieber goes, if I was your boyfriend, I'll never let you go. If I were a boy, if I was your boyfriend, I'll never let you go. If I were a boy, if I was your boyfriend, I'll never let you go. If I were a boy. Beyonce is almost always right, so for hypothetical situations, this can never happen. You have to use if I were. I'm not a Nazi. I just care about good grammar. Hey paparazzi, okay. I just said that 'cause it rhymed. But don't you dare commit a grammar crime. I'm not a Nazi, yeah. I just care about good grammar. Hey paparazzi, okay. I just said that 'cause it rhymed. But don't you dare commit a grammar crime on me. Thank you. Thank you so much to those who clapped along. And that was Grammar Nazi, and actually that song was used somewhere in a high school classroom. Their English teacher played this song for them, so I'm very, very honored. Thank you so much for still being here. Thank you for Rappler for inviting me to the Social Good Summit 2015. It's so great to be here. It's very nerve-wracking as well. My next song is an original song again. It's about the universe, and for anyone who has ever loved space as much as I do, I hope that you resonate with this song. It's called A Song About Space. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. So much energy. Space. Oh, how you baffle human race. I heard you're this big cold place, but I wonder what lies under the sun. Such a tiny white dwarf when you've begun. Do you think when your time is done, would you be so kind to spare mankind from the explosion? Oh, there's a part of me that longs to belong to your great black sea. Float among the stars and fly to Mars and back. Oh, how I wish to be just an atom within infinity. So space swallow me whole while I'll be waiting for the black hole. Ooh, space. You have a way to make a man feel displaced. We were never meant to float there in the first place. We were never meant to float there in the first place. But we have astronauts to thank, hey, Mr. Moon. Soon I see the other side of your face. Don't you think it's a bit of a disgrace to hide, to keep your better half as a secret? Oh, there's a part of me that longs to belong to your great black sea. Float among the stars and fly to Mars and back. Oh, how I wish to be just an atom within infinity. So space swallow me whole while I'll be waiting for the black hole. Time warp, fourth dimension, show me the way to go back to yesterday and start a whole life over. Oh, comet tails, constellations, show me the way to Saturn's chocolate slide where the aliens play. Oh, time warp, fourth dimension, show me the way to go back to yesterday and start a whole life over. Oh, comet tails, constellations, show me the way to Saturn's chocolate slide where the aliens play. Oh, there's a part of me that longs to belong to your great black sea. Float among the stars and fly to Mars and back to where to take me home. Until then, I'll be waiting for the black hole. Mercury, the closest to the sun. Venus, I could see you from Earth. You're the only one. Mars, can you accommodate living things? Hey Jupiter, I know of your invisible rings. Saturn, I heard that you can float on water. Hey Uranus could be the name of somebody's daughter. Neptune, you're so far away, the color of the sea. Hey Pluto, you'll always be a planet to me. Thank you. Thank you so much especially to that bunch over there who's been clapping along. Thank you so much. This is my last song and it's a cover, and I do hope that you stay for this song because it's my favorite. Check. Okay. This is a cover by my most favorite artist in the whole entire world. I do hope that I do. This is a cover by Imogen Heap. And if you don't know the song, I'm sure you've heard it somewhere because Jason Derulo has a hit that uses this song as a sample. Where we, what the heck is going on? The dusk has only just begun to fall. Crop circles in the carpet, sinking, feeling. Spin me around again and rub my eyes. This can't be happening when busy streets a mess with people with time to hold their heads heavy. Hide and seek, trained and sewing machines. All those years, they were here first. Oily marks appear on walls where pleasure moments hide before the takeover. The sweeping sensitivity what you did or what you say. Who that it's all for the best. Of course it is what you say. Oh, that is just what we need. You decided this, what you say. Ooh, what did you say? Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. Speak now, feel now, and don't believe. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. Speak now, feel now, and don't believe. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. Speak now, feel now, and don't believe. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. Speak now, feel now, and don't believe. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. Speak now, feel now, and don't believe. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. Speak now, feel now, and don't believe. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Ransom notes keep falling at your mouth. Then sweet talk, you speak broken words. You don't care when you don't care. You don't care when you don't care a bit. Thank you. Reese like the chocolate, Lanzan like the streets. Thank you so much for having me today. And thank you for staying until the end. I hope you've had a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reese. Thank you so much. Walang masabi si American Idol. Thank you for sharing your talent. For all of you who are still here, please don't leave yet because there's more. We are going to have the Move Awards. Thank you. The Move Awards 2015, where we will honor the big movers and shakers in our world. So please stay around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be set up in a few minutes.
Welcome to the Move Awards. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Please stay on your seats. We'll be starting very soon. Okay. Should I?
No, okay lang. Sige. Are there reserved seats ba for the move forward? No more now moving forward. Hello. Hello. We invite everybody to move forward to catch the Move Awards. If you would like to move forward closer, it's okay. Move closer to the stage. Thank you. Sorry.
Where's the video?
Ano daw po nangyayari, kuya? Ano daw po nangyayari?
No, they're all standing for pictures. Don't worry.
Sasa everyone sit down.
Okay, settle down. Sige.
Or darken the light.
Yeah, darken the lights. Darken the lights. Yun yun. Darken the lights.
Or yeah, wait. I see. Let's move forward. Move forward.
Ano daw po nangyayari?
Move forward. Sige.
Yung lights na lang, kuya.
Kill house lights kaya
Kill
para
house
hindi
lights.
nila alam tapos na. Paano po? Kill house lights para hindi sila umalis.
Outrights po tayo. Baka umalis
Hindi,
ka sila.
kill. Wag. Para yung sa...
Darken lang, sir.
oo.
Hindi naman, wag naman kill. Nandun si Rupert sa baba eh. Hindi pa tayo mag-start. Sabi mo na Rupert sa Rupert. Alip ka po pa ng light.
Asan?
Why do you need Rupert?
No, because she's the one in the control.
Oh,
Got it. So, okay, it's not waiting for us.
puro picture taking.
Are all the move awardees here now?
We are about to begin, so please take your seats. Hi.
Pangit tingnan sa shop. Ask the ushers na lang.
Okay.
Ask the ushers.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Oo nga. Where's the video ba?
Sige, sabihin ko sa
Kasi akala nila tapos na eh. So, we need to start na. Yes, start na, sir.
Please take seats closer to the stage. We are starting in 1 minute. Please settle down. Take photos after the awards. Sit down on the seats closer to the stage, and we are about to begin. We still have a few performances in store and very inspiring stories, so please stay in your seats, move forward closer to the stage, take photos after the event, and we are about to begin.
Invite those outside in the lobby to come back in.
And as for those in the lobby, please come in as we are about to begin. We know there are exciting people in the audience that we all want to take photos with, but you have yet to meet the Move awardees. So please take your seats and move forward, and let's get this show on the road. Okay, thank God.
Where's Ding? Is Ding Dong here now?
Yeah.
Ready?
Saan ba si Ashley? Ikaw lang po mag-isa?
Yes.
Pagbukas ng ilaw, mag-start ka.
Okay. Yay. Okay na?
Pagbukas ng ilaw, you can start. OBB? Sige, after OBB ba?
Pass mo siya. Yes.
30 seconds now. Ikaw ba dyan? Ikaw mo dito. Meron.
Okay na? Please take your seats. We're about to begin in 30 seconds. Please take your seats closer to the stage. You'll have more opportunities to take photos with individuals after the event. And believe me, there will be more people you'll want to take photos with after you hear about the Move Awards. Good evening, everyone. Okay, you know what? I'm seeing a lot of seats in the back, so if you guys can move forward, especially because the seats match my dress, so it's a little awkward to see. So please come forward and let's begin. I'm Natasha Gutierrez. I am Rappler Indonesia Bureau Chief, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be here to join you this evening. Salamat malam semua. Bisa bicara bahasa Indonesia sedikit saja. Thank you. I practiced that for an hour. Okay. Okay, so I'm really happy to be here. We've had an amazing day. It's been quite a day here at the Newport's Performing Arts Theater. Not only did we have phenomenal speakers, but it thrills us all in Rappler to have so many people come today and be engaged in this conversation. So thank you so much. And thank you for being so engaged and being part of this conversation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But we have more things in store for you. Are you ready to be inspired? Okay, well, I'm going to introduce you to some very inspiring people, so let's get the show started. Throughout the afternoon, we learned about innovations and solutions that are needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. But of course, there are people already doing this and committing their lives to achieving these goals. And we can't end this summit without commending those who are well on their way to making these things happen. So tonight, we are honoring 5 movers. And you guys voted for these movers, outstanding Filipinos who create change not just for themselves, but also for others. They are making a difference in their communities, bringing new ideas to the table, and displaying excellence in their respective fields. So they are here. I see some of them. So let's give them a round of applause, first of all. It's been a long and exciting journey for our 15 finalists and their supporters. Some of you are here. Each of them already embody what it is to be a mover. But what is Move PH exactly? Here to answer that is the director of Move PH, Zach Yuson.
Terima kasih, Natasha. Welcome back from Jakarta. I'm here to just briefly talk about Move and the Move Awards and what it means for each of us here in Rappler and for you here joining us today. You know, Move started out, as Maria always likes to remind us every now and then, with just an idea that we can make things better. We can do what we do, which is journalism, telling stories, but at the same time, inspire action for positive social change. And what we do at Move is really not anything magical. What we basically do is we tell stories, and we specialize in telling your stories. And today, I'm very happy to report to you that the whole morning, the afternoon, and now is really about the people who have made Move possible, which is namely you guys. Because of your stories, you've inspired other people to act, to do something good, to change this country, to build institutions. Today, you know, we talked about innovations and how technology is helping us do things better, cheaper, faster. But more than just doing things better, it's actually making an impact in real people's lives, like saving lives through our Project Agos platform, or even just talking about innovations in changing how we map, from being something that's done in the back rooms of an office to something that we can do with our phones. Also, we talked about how we need to band together to unite in order to achieve our sustainable development goals that will affect all of us, not just in 15 years, but today. And we made a commitment to really commit ourselves, not to go halfway, but to go the whole way to achieve our 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So that's what happened today. Of course, you can all catch it online in our replays when we show what happened today, and then, of course, in the conversations that we do, hashtag 2030 now, and hashtag the leader we want. But I'd like to take it back to why we're here. We're here because of people who have inspired us. And again, these people matter. Sometimes we often think that the heroes in our life are the heroes that we look up to, maybe in Hollywood, maybe in politics, maybe in different forms of popular media. But I often say that the best heroes are the ones that often do their business without anyone giving them a pat on the back. These are the people who really matter. These are the people who really make a difference, not because they get recognition, which they deserve, but because they love to do what they do and they really love to help other people. So today, it's about them. Today, we give them a pat on the back. That's what the Move Awards is about. I'm sure Maria and the others will talk more about it. So I'd just like to say thank you very much to the Move Awards nominees. You are all heroes in your own regard. Let's give them a big round of applause. We don't know who they are yet, but they're here in front of us. And thank you very much to all the partners and friends of Rappler and Move PH. This is going to be an epic night. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Okay, so are you guys ready to get this started? Okay, well, first, let's talk about the Move Awards. I know Zach talked a little bit about it, but let's call up someone on stage to talk to us why now, what is it about, and what we envision for our finalists and winners. Okay, so to tell you more, please welcome Rappler's CEO, Maria Ressa.
Hello. If you've been here since the morning, thank you. It starts with one, right? That's what we keep saying. That's what we said in 2012 when we started the Social Good Summit in Manila. So it starts with one. And there were nominations to the Move Awards who really, all of them were so wonderful in what they do, because they took an idea, they took an emotion, and they built something and spread and built a community. So we go there. You will meet them, and you will meet the 5 winners. But I want to tell you a little bit of how it happened. We started the day with the communities that make things happen, the big ideas behind this. But now we go to recognize the one in each community, the one in each of these 5 categories who actually shown, who build. There were judges. I was one of the judges, and the other ones are also, one of them is a mentor, Cheche Lazaro, Nix Noliedo, who, if you know Nix, he is CEO of SurePass. He's also on the board of Rappler. SurePass is the first consumer tech company that did an IPO last year. And Brillante Mendoza, Brillante. And the one who you will see tonight, who's coming from another, well, he's here. I know he's here. There they are. I should just look behind me. So you will see our judges tonight. Well, Ding Dong Dantes is the one you will see tonight. The others will be in spirit. Now, how did it work? 60% of the votes came from the judges, 40% from the community. The nominations were the community. So these are the movers you chose. These are the movers you believe can move our world. You're looking at me. We roll the video.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Look around you. Humble individuals challenge the status quo all the time, proving that the only thing that's permanent is change. These are the change makers, movers we want to honor. One simple phrase can inspire a wider conversation. One person can lead an army. One small act can trigger a series of events that can change the world we know. Everything starts with a single force. That force can be you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Okay, let's get this started. Okay, so from 250 entries, our panel selected 15 finalists who embody the MOVE philosophy. And from over 71,000 votes, tonight's winners were determined through the combined scores of the panel vote and the public vote. So now let's find out who they are. Are you guys ready? Okay, so Mood Meter Inspired. To present the award for the Civic Mover as an individual who used his influence to veer into a career in public service. His story is a reminder that influence must always be accompanied by a responsibility to others in order to create relevant change. So please give a warm welcome to the Commissioner at Large for the National Youth Commission and founder of the Yes Pinoy Foundation, Ding Dong Dantes.
Thank you. Magandang gabi, kamusta kayo? There are so many reasons to celebrate now, especially para sa ating mga kabataan. At lahat na nandito, at lalong-lalo na sa social media. No? So many hashtags today, relevant ones and talagang truly inspiring. But today, I will be presenting the award for the Civic Mover. The Civic Mover is an individual who embodies the virtuous meaning of public service, a person who has shaken perspectives or implemented new practices that redefine leadership. In my personal experience, I realized that public service is one of the most difficult jobs a person could undertake. Yet, it offers the noblest reward of all. It also made me appreciate the fact that it is no longer a job, but it is a vocation. A vocation that moves you to get out of one's comfort zone and discover the joy in learning that your life is no longer yours, but for others. So, therefore, influence accompanied by responsibility, guided by the purest intention, and backed up by knowledge, complete the traits of these nominees. And so I am presenting this award to honor my fellow public servants who have dedicated their lives to improving society. And the nominees for the Civic Mover Awards are R.C. Malyari, founder of Silid Aralan. Anthony Liachon, health reform advocate. And Roanisa Sumdad Usman, executive director of Teach Peace, Build Peace movement. And the Civic Mover Award goes to Anthony Liachon. Congratulations. Would like to call on stage Ms. Maria Ressa. And Mr. Rupert Ambil of Move PH.
Maraming salamat po. I was asked to give a few words. I'd like to thank my family, my wife Marge, and my son Maikan, Vanna, Eliacha, and Jolo. This particular advocacy was triggered by the death of my mom a decade ago and the death of my sister. And I thought that perhaps preventive health education is a must for everyone. And I remember that a genuine change in society will never happen if we will not mobilize people, But mobilizing people would cause friction. And in physics, friction causes pain. And thus, genuine change in society will never happen without mobilizing, moving people, and sacrificing a lot for our country. Maraming salamat po.
To present the award for the creative mover is a fellow storyteller, an individual who uses the powerful medium of creativity in order to shake perspectives, narrate ideas, and tell the truth. An awardee of the Venice Film Festival's Line of the Future Award for his debut film, Encuentro, please give a warm welcome to artist and filmmaker Pepe Jokno.
Hello. The creative mover is a genuine artist who uses any medium of self-expression to make a difference and inspire others. As a filmmaker, it took me a while to bridge the gap between self-expression and making a difference. When I first started out as a teenager, and I think many creatives go through this, it was all about looking cool. It took me a while to realize that there's more to life than that. These three nominees, however, come to us fully aware of the power of creative work. The power to make people laugh, cry, think, and rethink. The power to inspire, to change lives, to ruffle feathers, to break the status quo, to spark change and build a better future for our country. Here are the nominees. Milo Naval, a furniture designer and tourism advocate. Angel Velasco Shaw, filmmaker and cultural organizer. Francis Soliano, a designer and youth leader. And the winner is, I've actually never done this before, this is so cool. The Creative Mover Award goes to Francis Soliano.
Joining Pepe to present the Creative Mover Award is Maria Ressa and Rappler's creative director, Emil Mercado. To accept the award is Carlos Delantar on Francis's behalf.
Good evening. If you haven't noticed, I'm not Francis Soliano. It was very last minute for me to represent on behalf of him. I came from a show. He's actually in Indonesia right now representing the Global Shapers for Shape Bandung. So just a personal story. When Francis started doing this a year ago, we were talking about this, and he was just telling us na it's very hard to do this all by himself, to see the struggles, to see change, but he still did it. And I think that's how altruistic he is, how he's turning trash into fashion, and how he's mobilizing the youth for a livable Cebu. So on behalf of Francis Soliano, thank you, and thank you for Rappler, and I'll let him know that he won this award. Thank you.
To present the award for the Enterprise Mover is an individual whose passion fueled his business. A certified coffee lover, he put up a cafe that delivers a proudly Filipino experience and ambiance, flavor and advocacy. He integrates Baguio woven fabric into chairs and uses locally sourced beans to highlight Philippine coffee and empower local farmers to produce quality beans. A veteran entrepreneur, please give a warm welcome to the president and founder of Bose Coffee, Steve Benitez.
Good evening. It is an honor to be among movers and shakers and many young people. It is an honor to be the presenter of this next award, the award for the Enterprise Mover. The enterprise mover is a person who has successfully channeled passion and drive into a thriving social enterprise that uplifts and empowers a marginalized sector. I'd like to share with you a little bit of a story behind my involvement in social enterprises. The first time I met a social entrepreneur was almost 4 years ago. This was about the same time when I was reviewing my vision for my business. I was looking for a certain detail to highlight our homegrown identity. It was by chance that I met Anya, a social entrepreneur who was passionate about what she was doing and the community of weavers that she supported. What I saw was that creating a positive impact in communities could be embedded in a business model wherein social good could be aligned with the goal of sustainable profit. I was moved by what Anya said, that just by having Bo's coffee account, it was enough for her to make both ends meet to sustain her enterprise. I then realized the power of my business to transform lives and society. Since I support sustainability and not charity, we have replaced our corporate social responsibility program with what we now call social procurement. With this new direction, I sought out other social entrepreneurs to integrate to my business model, therefore transforming our coffee shops to become a platform for scale by sharing our success and by providing market access to both social entrepreneurs and startups. Just a few of those I met and now I work with are Silka and Ron, who support a community of tea brewers from Gawad Kalinga. Philo, a chocolate artisan, who supports a local community of cacao growers. Lanel, who uses volcanic ashes to create works of art. Sean and Carlos, young coffee enthusiasts who support sustainable and traceable high-quality coffee from communities in Benguet. Jamir, a tea romantic who supports mothers and women recovering from typhoon disasters and relocation. And finally, Reese, who supports a community of women weavers from Payatas. All of these I mentioned are all young movers, and I'm very impressed with them. I am inspired by these social movers and entrepreneurs. I believe that social enterprise has a role in every business model. My experience with them opened many doors of opportunities to mutually grow and practice the essence of inclusive business. To everyone here, and especially to business owners, I encourage you to take part in nation building, to collaborate with social entrepreneurs, and harness the power of your businesses to transform lives and our country. The nominees for Enterprise Movers are Alfonso Gamboa, President, Saravia Blue Crab Incorporated. Anya Lim, Founder, Anthill Fabric Gallery. And Nestor Pastelos, President, Bohol Local Development Foundation. And the winner is Nestor Pastelos.
Joining Steve to present the Enterprise Mover Award is Maria Ressa and Rappler's Managing Editor, Glenda Gloria.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Nagpapasalamat ako sa Rappler that at this age of 73, na-recognize din yung ginagawa ko. Basically, I'm a community development specialist. So ang approach ko sa enterprises is as a community development worker. So I received this on behalf ng mga kasama ko na nasa 70s na rin hanggang ngayon sa Old Ilaw ng Buhay, Light of Life Movement, at saka dito sa Bohol Local Development na mga bata na ang iba. So, ang aming thinking is rather than suggest to them the enterprises that they will do, we look at what they are doing. And when we see what the poor are doing, my God, they're doing everything. And when you count it, calculate it, this must amount to millions and millions of pesos. So that is called the informal economy. They are not documented, they do not pay their taxes, but they do build a nation. And so we go there, the calamay makers, those who fish, and etc., and that has been our work. So we will continue with this. This will inspire our organization to persevere in going out to the what we call poverty landscapes, to the outer islands, to the watersheds, to the mountain villages, and persevere in looking at what they're doing in terms of survival, and then persevere in devoting some inputs to what they do so that they can continue helping build our nation. Thank you very much.
To present the award for the Global Mover is an internationally acclaimed journalist who covers human rights, conflict, disaster, development, and public interest issues. In 2014, she won the prestigious Agence France-Presse Kate Webb Prize for covering two of the country's most brutal events of 2014, the standoff between the military and Muslim rebels in Zamboanga and the aftermath of Super Typhoon Haiyan. Please give a warm welcome to Rappler's very own Patricia Evangelista.
Hello. We're in the business of telling stories, and very often the stories are the same, again and again. The sad and the bad, the rise and the agonizing fall, the dead and the lost, and it is my honor tonight to tell another story, and this time celebrate the men and women who have stood up to fight and win. The Global Mover is a citizen of the world who has earned international acclaim for a noteworthy achievement, all while showcasing the indomitable Filipino spirit. And the nominees are Ben Chan, Chairman and CEO of Bench. Clarissa Delgado, CEO, Teach for the Philippines. And Lord Pomperada, incoming president of the World Youth Alliance. And our global mover for 2015, congratulations to Clarissa Delgado. I'd like to call on Maria Ressa and our head of investigative desk, Ms. Chai Hovilenia.
Joining Patricia to present the Global Mover Award is Maria Ressa and Rappler's Head of Investigative Desk, Chai Hovilenia.
Thank you. To say that I'm shocked and surprised is, I think, an understatement. Especially honored, though, and humbled as I'm in a room with so many like-minded individuals, all of us who are working, pushing, pulling, sometimes even dragging this country forward. I know, though, that this award is not necessarily about me, and it's about the people that I work for and the people that I work with, all of whom probably wouldn't fit on this stage today. So on their behalf, on behalf of the 10,000 students that we see every day, on behalf of the close to 100 teacher fellows that we have, 49 alumni, our co-teachers, our hundreds of co-teachers, our DepEd officials, my staff, thank you. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for making education your priority tonight. Teach for the Philippines is very, very grateful. Thank you.
To present the Tech Mover Award, the last award for the night, is a digital expert, a seasoned consumer goods executive. He has 16 years of marketing and brand development experience under his belt. Previously Unilever's Vice President for Deodorants for Southeast Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. Please welcome the Country Manager of Google Philippines, Ken Lingan.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Last but not the least, the Tech Mover Awards. The Tech Mover Award is a forward-thinking individual who harnesses technology to fuel an idea, bringing about significant progress, or helping spread knowledge for a wider audience. You know, our country today needs more catalysts. It needs more movers, we need more leaders, and we need more tech movers. The real magic of technology happens when leaders decide to take action and make use of technology to serve the greater good. The tech movers recognized today are driven by a higher purpose beyond just making profits. It comes from a desire to solve a pain point in our country, like addressing unemployment, or seizing an opportunity like building a biotech industry, or helping marginalized sectors of our society through the use of technology. Through the organizations that they are leading, they are making a positive difference to the Philippines. This Tech Mover Award is not just recognizing great individuals and their contribution, but more significantly, this award is a call to action as we hope to inspire many more Filipinos to take the leap, to go beyond, to lead, and break barriers and harness the power of technology to move the country forward. It's an honor to present the nominees of this year's Tech Mover Awards. First nominee, Maui Arroyo, CEO of Hybridyme Consulting. Next nominee, Iba Rasul Bernardo, CEO of Sari Software Solutions. Last but not the least, Paul Rivera, co-founder and CEO of Caliber. And the winner of the Tech Mover Award goes to Maui Arroyo. Congratulations, Maui. So maybe I can now call on Maria Ressa to join me on stage. Congratulations.
Joining Ken to present this award is Maria Ressa and Rappler's Head of Research and Content Strategy, Gemma Bagayawa Mendoza.
Wow, this is awesome and totally unexpected. First of all, I'd like to thank God and my very, very, very long-suffering husband, all my relatives who are clearly insane, and I think they voted every day per device, addicts. Most of all, I'd like to thank the people I'm honored to be nominated with, because Paul, who's helping many Filipinos get better jobs by having skills training, and that's a great thing to do. Iba, who's revolutionizing sari-sari stores. It's just an honor to be nominated with guys like that. Although I still think I'm the hottest because, hey, I'm the girl, right? So I'm the best-looking girl among the nominees, clearly. So, and humility is the foremost of my many virtues. But more importantly, I want to thank all of you because as a scholar of Philippine science, I graduated 20 years ago. So because you paid your taxes, I was able to get an education. So it is my deep honor and privilege to give back to the country I love. And I'd like to thank everybody, and especially Rappler and all the judges and all the people who voted. Again, not just for me, but for the 3,500 jobs that in the 11 years of Hybridyme that we've created in the poorest areas of our country, and by keeping scientists at home. So, as a biologist, as an entrepreneur, and as a teacher, this goes out to my fellow scientists, my fellow entrepreneurs, and my students. Thank you very much.
Maui, please stay on stage, and can we call up all the winners for a photo opportunity with everybody who got Move Awards tonight? Thank you. Can we also call up all the presenters from tonight, as well as the judges? Congratulations to all our winners and our finalists. Okay, so if that didn't make you question what you're doing with your lives, I don't really know what else will. But truly, these individuals inspire us to move for change, not just for ourselves, but for others. So for our closing remarks, let's hear it from Move.ph Director Rupert Ambil.
Magandang gabi po. Paagam ako sa managing editor namin kanina kung kakanta na lang ako, sabi niya wag daw. Mawagan daw po akong trabaho. Anyway, isang gabi po ito ng pagpaparangal, pero hindi ko pa gagagpasin ng opportunity para pasalamatan ang mga movers namin sa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas. Ang Ilocos Movers, kung nanonood po kayo at kung papanoorin niyo, salamat. Ang Cagayan Movers. Kung nandito si Raymond Dugana, nandito ka pa ba, Raymond? Please join me. Come on, come on. ang aming mover sa Pampanga, ang mover sa Pangasinan, at sa Davao. Meron din po kami sa Davao del Norte. Sir Ted from Iloilo, are you here? Sir, please join me. Sir, come on. Ang aming Zamboanga movers. At syempre po, ang aming Move Tawi-Tawi. Move Basigan. Kung nandito pa si Miles Delfin ng Bike Scouts. At ang aming partner sa Football for Peace, ang pinakauna naming campaign with the Marines. Nais ko rin pong tawagin ang aming Move Director, Zach Yuson, ang aming Content Head, Walter Tupas, ang Community Managers, David, Fritzy, Raisa, other Move members, please join me. At special mention po, this morning we had a MOA signing with PACE and the Visayas State University. Special mention to Visayas State University. 37 po sila, lahat-lahat ng mga estudyante. Nag-ipon po sila ng pamasahe para pumunta dito. Join us, please. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng pumunta dito. At tatapusin po namin itong... hindi ko pa pwedeng tapusin at meron pa pong next part ng program. Tatapusin ko po sana yung parte ko sa aming picture taking. Come on. Ay, sorry. Greg, Pampanga lead mover. Greg Sibalos, are you here? Come on, please join us. Sir Derek, Sir Jed. Siyempre, hindi kompleto to. Alam nang wala kayo. From Cebu na nag-organize ng viewing party. Meron po bang Cebuano movers na nandito? Maraming salamat din.
Closer lang please, yung mga matatangkad doon sa likod. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po mula sa amin. Move Philippines. Salamat po ulit.
Thank you, Rupert, and thank you to all the movers. Okay, so on behalf of the Rappler team, thank you to all our movers, partners, and esteemed guests for joining us today. And thank you also to our finalists. Let's hear it for them as well. Let's give them a warm applause. So once again, I'm Natasha. It has been a pleasure joining you this evening. But the night is not over yet. To end SGS and Move Awards on a high note, the organizers don't know this, but I'm going to sing. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, please welcome Monica Cuenca and Ronnie Liang from Bituing Walang Ningning, the musical.
Hello, good evening everyone. Hello. Minamasdan kita nang hindi mo alam. Pinapangarap kong ikaw ay akin. Mapupulang labi at matingkad mong ngiti. Umabot hanggang sa langit. Huwag ka lang titingin sa'kin at baka matunaw ang puso kong sabi. Kayo naman! Sa iyo. Yeah! At sa tuwing ikaw ay gagalaw, ang mundo ko'y tumitigil para lang sa'yo. Ang awit ng aking puso, sana'y mapansin mo rin ang lihim kong pagtingin. Alright, anong name mo?
Anjanette po.
Sorry?
Anjanette.
Anjanette. Alright, dito Anjanette, yan. Alam mo, Anjanette, minamahal kita nang di mo alam. Huwag ka sanang magagalit. Tinamaan yata talaga ang aking puso na dati akala ko'y manlit. Hindi pa rin makalapit, inuunahan ng kaba sa aking dibdib. Alam mo ba yung song? Ikaw sa chorus, okay? Sa iyo
Ako'y nahuhumali.
at sa tuwing ikaw ay lalapit, ang mundo ko'y tumitigil. Ang pangalan mo sinisigaw ng puso. Sana'y madama mo rin ang lihim kong pagtingin. Sa iyong ngiti, sa tuwing ikaw ay gagalaw, ang mundo ko'y tumitigil para lang sa'yo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sana ay mapansin mo rin ang lihim kong pagtingin. Alright, thank you so much. Sa iyong ngiti. Okay, gusto niyo pa ba? Okay, thank you so much, bro. Bago kantahin na aking next song, it is really a great honor and privilege to be part of this very special occasion, the Rappler Move Awards 2015. And congratulations to all the awardees. And gusto ko ding i-take ang opportunity na to na invite kayong lahat na manood ng Bituing Walang Ningning the Musical, ang pagbabalik due to public demand. Mag-start na ho siya this coming October 8 hanggang January of 2016. Yan. Kasama ko po si Monica Cuenco, Mark Bautista, Chris Villongo, Jan Knight, Jan Santos, at marami pa pong iba. At may bago po kaming cast. Ito po si Antoinette Tos at saka si Epi Quizon. Alright. And my next song na kasama din siya sa Bituing Walang Ningning. Ito yung second single ko from my first album and sana magustuhan ninyo. Thank you so much. Music, please. Okay, okay lang bang pumunta sa likod? Or bumaba? Kapag saan malakas ang sigaw, doon ako pupunta. Okay, yeah. Gusto kita, sa puso ko, ikaw lang ang mahalaga. Pilitin mang limutin ka, ay hindi ko magkagawa. Parang alipin mo ang isip at damdamin ko. Sure. Gusto kita, pagkat ang kilos mo'y sadyang ibang-iba. Mahinhin at malambing pa, katangi ang di mo sadya. Thank you. Pag-ibig kong ito'y hindi na magbabago pa. Kahit sabihin na mali ako, kayo naman! Ako'y iyong-iyo, kung pag-ibig na ang pag-uusapan, di ko na ililihim pa ang damdamin ko sa'yo. Sa akin ay gusto kita. Kahit sabihin na mali ako, alipin mo o bihag mo, ako'y iyong-iyo. Kung pag-ibig na ang pag-uusapan, di ko na ililihim pa ang damdamin ko sa'yo. Sa akin ay gusto kita. Okay, akit lang ako. gusto kita. Okay. Gusto kita pagkat ang kilos mo'y sadyang ibang-iba. Mahinhin at malambing pa, katangi ang di mo sadya. Pag-ibig kong ito'y hindi na magbabago pa. Thank you. Kahit sabihin na mali ako, alipin mo o bihag mo, ako'y iyong-iyo. Kung pag-ibig na ang pag-uusapan, di ko na ililim pa ang damdamin ko sa'yo. Sa akin ay gusto kita. Kahit sabihin na mali ako, alipin mo o bihag mo, ako'y iyong-iyo. Kung pag-ibig na ang pag-uusapan, di ko na ililihim pa ang damdamin ko sa'yo. Sa akin ay gusto kita. Gusto kita. Thank you so much. Maraming po salamat sa inyo lahat. And God bless you all. Thank you.
And finally, let's also welcome to stage Monica Cuenco.
Hello, good evening everyone. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Hello. Maayong gabi sa mga taga Cebu diha. Hello. Taga Ormoc, meron taga Ormoc din. Hello.
Kung minsan ang pangarap habang buhay mo itong hinahanap, bakit nga ba nakapagtataka? Pag ito ay nakamtan mo na, bakit may kulang pa? Mga bituin aking narating, ngunit langit ko pa rin ang iyong piling. Kapag tayong dalawa'y naging isa, kahit na ilang laksang bituin, di kayang pantayan ating ningning. Balutin mo ako ng hiwaga ng iyong pagmamahal. Hayaang matakpan ang kinang na di magtatagal. Mabuti pa kaya'y maging bituing walang ningning, kung kapalit nito'y walang paglaho mo. Pagtingin, itago mo ako sa lilim ng iyong pagmamahal. Thank you so much po. Ang mapaglarong kinang ng tagumpay, sa piling mo ngayon, ako'y bituing walang ningning. Nagkukubli sa liwanag ng ating pag-ibig. Mga bituin aking narating, ngunit langit ko pa rin ang iyong piling. Kapag tayong dalawa'y naging isa, kahit na ilang laksang bituin, di kayang pantayan ating ningning. Come on, sumasambing. Balutin mo ako ng hiwaga ng iyong pagmamahal. Hayaang matakpan ang kinang na di magtatagal. Mabuti pa kaya'y maging bituing walang ningning. Kung kapalit nito'y walang paglaho mong pagtingin. Itago mo ako sa lilim ng iyong pagmamahal. Limutin ang mapaglarong kinang ng tagumpay. Sa piling mo ngayon, ako'y bituing walang ningning. Nagkukubli sa liwanag at kislap ng ating pag-ibig. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. Yes, before po ako umalis, iniimbitahan ko po kayo ulit na manood po ng Bituing Walang Ningning the Musical. Magbubukas po ulit sa entablado dito po sa Resorts World Manila. Kasama ko po sina Mark Bautista as Nico Escobar, Ms. Chris Villonco as Lavinia Arguelles, and Gary Diaz as Ronnie Liang. And meron pa po kaming mga additional cast. Abangan nyo po si Sir Epi Kison and Miss Antoinette Taos. Ayan po, marami pa po kaming ibibigay po sa inyong mga pasabog. Samahan nyo po kaming umiyak, tumawa at ma-inlove po. Sana po ay manood po kayo. Maraming salamat po sa akong mga fellow Ormocanons and Cebuano. It's nice to see you all from Bye-Bye Leyte. Hello! Grabe! Thank you so much. Bye! God bless!
Due to popular demand, Resorts World Manila, through Full House Theater Company and in partnership with Viva Communications, proudly brings back to the stage of Newport Performing Arts Theater Bituing Walang Ningning, the musical, for a second run this October. Watch it for the first time or see it again and experience an improved production with new songs and cast members, such as none other than Antoinette Taos and Epi Kizon, not to mention returning stage stars Ronnie Liang and Monica Cuenco, who are part of the performers in today's program. Catch it right here at Newport Performing Arts Theater, Resorts World Manila, starting October 8. Tickets are now available at the Resorts World Manila box office on the ground floor and at all TicketNet and Ticket World outlets. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Have a good night.